Chapter 2285. Come, Di-Wu, let's fight like men. And Lin stepped forward and charged toward Di-Wu. Di-Wu shook his head with a calm expression. I'm not a man. I don't have a gender. Two different powers of paramount, heavenly gods appeared around his body as he spoke. The power of the sky and the power of the ocean intertwined before crashing toward Lin like a soaring dragon. And Lin launched an almighty punch. Boom! The two of them clashed, and devastating power erupted once again. In the instant that the two of them clashed, Tina's body disappeared. She had clearly moved somewhere else in order to find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Di-Wu. At this moment, the 10 primordial beings also sprang into action. They attacked the 5 gods of creation. Thus, an earth-shattering battle erupted within the mountains beside the White Nectar Sea. Patriarch Zhu Yin detected the energy fluctuations in the distance with an excited expression. The sky crocodile, the ocean python, the divine flower maiden beside the hell dog, the sea king, the azure cloud bird, and the holy radiance, 4 heavenly beings. They're so powerful. I didn't think that the 3 paramount beings would be so powerful when they joined forces. Li Yin looked up. Are you scared? Ahem, it's not a question of whether I'm scared or not. Patriarch Zhu Yin blushed as he looked into the distance. It's just that the 3 paramount beings have performed far better than I had anticipated. Thankfully, Lin and the others are also quite powerful. Otherwise, this battle would have been very difficult. Is it difficult now? Li Yin asked. Even though Li Yin was already at the return to void pinnacle stage, she was still quite confused by all of this. As for now, a faint smile appeared on Patriarch Zhu Yin's face. The 3 paramount beings are still unable to defeat Lin, at least not now. His voice trailed off. The giant crocodile that had merged with the blue sky and white clouds in the sky suddenly charged downwards. It was aiming directly for the cold, black-winged woman, the paramount god of the dark-winged tribe, Black Stone. Not only did Black Stone not panic in the face of the giant crocodile that seemed like it was falling from the sky, but his figure moved and he took the initiative to fly towards the giant crocodile. He raised a silver spear and pulled out an extremely exaggerated spear light that split the sky. Wherever the tip of the spear passed, there was an indomitable spear, Dao, true meaning that could repel an army of 10,000. Whoosh! It stretched for thousands of miles. The giant crocodile's skin, which was as hard as the world's barrier, was instantly left with a dark bloodstain. It screamed miserably as it was struck by the spear. The spectacular scene was like a huge scar being torn from the sky. So hard! Black Stone gritted his teeth, his face not showing much satisfaction. My spear light can only tear your skin and flesh. At this time, another figure covered the sky. Its wings were like 2 continents, and its sharp eyes were like a pair of divine swords that could pierce one's heart. Furthermore, the dense mass of warts on its body was enough to strike fear into the hearts of onlookers. Even a god of creation would not be able to avoid this fear. Fear of the void. It was the cloud condor. The cloud condor flew over Blackstone's sky and shook its body. Suddenly, countless warts fell from its body and densely covered the void around Blackstone. Blackstone had a bad feeling about this and was just about to use a spatial jump to evade. But the sky crocodile that had been sent flying suddenly opened its mouth. Immediately afterward, the surrounding void was sealed by the extremely terrifying power of the sky, making it impossible for him to break through the seal. The warts released a dazzling red light. Boom, boom, boom. They exploded. However, what exploded was not energy. Instead, it was countless masses of flesh that contained wildlife. These masses of flesh split into bloody giant hands that crushed towards Blackstone. Then, they intertwined with each other to form a giant wart that looked like a planet of flesh and blood. Golden veined patterns appeared on the giant wart and intertwined with each other before seeping into the source to form an extremely terrifying and profound seal. Sky Divine Technique, Heavenly Flesh Star Seal. while Blackstone was in a predicament. On the surface of the white jade sea, the Sea King, who was wielding his 2 golden tridents, had already seen his target. The pure and innocent mermaid with a slender pink fishtail was his cup of tea. "Ha ha ha, little girl. Did you wait here for your big brother?" The Sea King charged towards Chani, who had also appeared on the surface of the sea. The 2 golden tridents suddenly stabbed towards Chani. 3 extreme stabs instantly split the sea, pierced through the void, and stabbed towards the delicate and beautiful body. Chani swung her fishtail and bent her slender waist. The stabs brushed past her waist, neck, and chest. She used an extremely extreme but effortless method to dodge the Sea King's attack. Oh, what a beautiful body to be able to do this! The Sea King's eyes lit up as he continued to approach Chani. "Little girl, this white jade sea is already mine. As long as you obey me, I'll give it to you." As he spoke, the Sea King had already charged in front of Chani and stabbed her with his trident again. Chani's slender white hand slapped the side and knocked the golden trident away. Then her fishtail slammed towards the Sea King's body with billions of tons of force. The Sea King's reaction was extremely fast, and the golden trident in his left hand was already in front of him. Boom! The boundless power actually bent the Sea King's golden trident. The Sea King's pupils contracted. He didn't think that such a delicate and weak-looking mermaid would have such terrifying power within her body. In the next instant, the power spread throughout his body and sent him flying to the end of the sea. PFFF! The Sea King stabilized himself, but he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He continued to charge towards Chani with pain and sorrow on his face. "Why are you doing this to me? I'm not a playboy. I just want to give all the girls in the world a home." Chani blinked her clear and bright eyes and tilted her head slightly. There was a hint of confusion in her eyes, as if she didn't understand what the Sea King was saying. At this moment, the sea surged. Suddenly, a giant python rose into the sky and opened its bloody mouth towards Chani. The vast power of the ocean erupted at this moment, and the entire sea rose into the shape of a bowl, forming an absolute suppressive force towards Chani. Chani's eyes narrowed slightly, as if she was frightened. At this moment, the Sea King's extremely sharp sawtooth had already started to retract. Chani's pink lips opened slightly, and she spat out a strange syllable. The sound was extremely beautiful and pleasant, like the eternal rhythm of the ocean that had existed for thousands of years. The sound was like a ripple, but it was faster than the speed of light, causing the surging seawater to freeze and the blood of the incomparably ferocious sea beasts to freeze. Chani was still standing in the same place, but her blurred eyes seemed to be looking into the distant ages. "It's already been a very, very long time. Will time abandon me, or will it keep me?" Chani didn't look at the Sea King directly, but at the sky, at the world. The strange sound wave had already torn the Sea King's mouth apart. Sharp teeth and flesh flew everywhere, and the shockingly huge body was also impacted by the sound wave, causing the world to shake and fall to the bottom of the sea. Chapter 2286. The giant sea python crashed heavily into the seabed, causing the seabed to crack open. It curled up its body and looked up in horror, afraid that the mermaid would chase after it. Thankfully, the mermaid was only standing silently on the surface of the ocean. The giant sea python was truly frightened. It had never seen such a terrifying sound wave attack before. It was able to cover everything with sound, and it was faster than the speed of light. Furthermore, it had the power to tear through and repel all powers, including the paramount power of the sea god. It was completely impossible to defend against. How was it supposed to fight this battle? Why was this mermaid, who looked like she was the easiest to bully, so powerful? At this time, Hai Hai had once again rushed in front of Tian-Yi. The golden trident in his hands turned into a golden light that stabbed out wildly. It was as if countless rays of light had exploded out. Anything that was hit by the light would have a fatal effect. However, Tian-Yi evaded the attacks as if she were taking a leisurely stroll through the park. Her movements were graceful and graceful, as if she were dancing. She couldn't evade the attacks, so she swatted the ocean python with her tail, and the ocean python disappeared. What was this? She was toying with it. She was toying with the 10 ancient beings. A ferocious aura erupted from the giant sea python, and it swayed its massive body before pouncing toward the mermaid again, at this moment, in the air above the white nectar sea. The divine flower lady was dressed in a gorgeous fairy dress. She took graceful steps and held the 100-flower umbrella as she walked toward the 3-headed boy in front of her. Her fiery red lips were slightly curled up. She twirled her flower umbrella, which emitted a crisp tinkling sound. The sound was ethereal, as if it were far away, but it also felt as if it were right in front of them. Have you heard the story of the flower burial world? The divine flower maiden looked at the 3 living beings with a faint smile. Never heard of it. The left head shook its head. Was the story good? Was it fun? Was it torture? The middle head asked curiously. Was it a joke or a brain teaser? The right head asked excitedly. Divine flower maiden, legend has it that there is a world filled with flowers that adorn the world. It is extremely beautiful, and it is the most beautiful world out of all the worlds, the divine flower maiden said with misty eyes. The flowers bloomed all over the world, and they became more and more luxuriant, making the world more and more beautiful. When the earth lacked nutrients, they bloomed in the ocean, and when the ocean lacked nutrients, they bloomed in the sky. It was that world full of fresh flowers that made it the most beautiful world. However, the world realized that it could not hold on any longer because there were too many flowers. This had a severe impact on the balance of the world. So the world decided to send a natural disaster to destroy the flowers. The divine flower lady tossed the flower umbrella into the sky, and a crystal tear fell from the corner of her eye. The flowers brought that world to its peak, but that world wants to destroy the flowers. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Upon hearing this, the 3 living beings were immediately displeased. The 3 heads said in unison, "If the world doesn't extinguish the flower, the world will be finished. This flower must be eradicated." The flower goddess shook her head and looked at the rain of flowers. Her face was filled with sadness. But every flower is born of nature. To a flower that follows nature and was born in the sky, what have they done wrong? Every single flower, individually speaking, is innocent. The flower goddess's tears were still on her face, but a sorrowful smile appeared on her pretty face. The world wants to bury the endless flowers, but how could the world know that the flowers can also bury the world? The woman's smile turned from sorrowful to strange. The bodies of the 3 living beings trembled. The seemingly harmless flower petals that were falling from the flower umbrella in the sky suddenly formed an extremely powerful bond that connected to the source of the 3 living beings. One flower after another bloomed on the bodies of the 3 living beings. The power of these flowers could actually impact the source of the 3 living beings. The flower goddess smiled tenderly. The world buries the flowers, buries the world with flowers. Even flowers can jump out of the shackles of the world. This is the story of the flower burial world. Do you like it? Like my A*? Guess. What a rubbish story. The 3 living beings did not give the flower goddess any face. They looked at the flowers growing on their bodies and immediately used their origin power to destroy them. However, the flowers had an extremely terrifying life force. After one wave was destroyed, another wave would grow. Furthermore, they would absorb the energy and nutrients of the 3 living beings to grow. Flower umbrella. The head in the middle looked up at the 100-flower umbrella that was spinning in the air and tossing down flower petals. The 3 living beings were like a bolt of lightning as they fiercely charged toward the flower umbrella in the sky. "Hee, little doll, why are you in such a hurry?" A voice suddenly sounded from the side. The 3 living beings turned around and found that the flower goddess had already appeared beside them. She quickly pulled out a short blade from her waist and slashed toward the left head at an even faster speed. The left head's expression did not change at all. It indifferently said, "Anata." The cold, short blade slashed through, but it only slashed through nothingness. The divine flower goddess expression changed slightly. At this moment, the three living beings' arms had already grabbed toward her, and their fingertips glowed with a dark green light. Just when the three creatures thought that the divine flower maiden had nowhere to run and was about to be stabbed to death by its claws, the divine flower maiden's figure suddenly disappeared. Then she jumped out from another flower petal on the side of the three creatures, and a cold dagger slashed down from above towards the three creatures. The three living beings quickly retreated, but they were still too slow. The short blade tore open a wound on their bodies, and the spiritual power of their spirit bodies quickly dissipated. "Looks like there is a time limit to your voidification." The flower goddess smiled and looked at the long arm coming toward her. Her petite body suddenly disappeared again. "Be careful. She has the same teleportation ability as Goddess Tina," the right head exclaimed. At this moment, the divine flower goddess jumped out from an extremely tricky angle amidst the falling petals and stabbed toward the backs of the three living beings at an extremely fast speed. "Soul Storm," the three living beings suddenly said in a low voice. The dark green storm that contained the most powerful origin power suddenly expanded with the three living beings at the center. Before the divine flower goddess could finish stabbing forward, her body was pushed back by the terrifying storm. At this moment, the three living beings had already grasped this opportunity and pounced toward her with sinister smiles on their faces. Teleportation is indeed very similar to Goddess Tina's medium teleportation, but it's much slower. "Do you really think we can't catch you?" The three children only revealed their true fangs when the storm appeared. Countless sinister claws suddenly appeared on their bodies, and they tore toward the beautiful girl. Before the flower goddess could use her medium teleportation, her delicate body was already pierced by those sharp claws. At this moment, the three living beings opened their mouths, and three terrifying swords emerged from their mouths. "Hell dog!" The flower goddess' face paled for the first time as she yelled. A wild dog turned into a bolt of red lightning and flashed behind the three living beings. It opened its mouth and swallowed the three living beings' heads. Chapter 2287. The hellhound had the heads of the three living beings in its mouth, and its sharp teeth mercilessly bit off their heads. The aura of hell was the source of fear, and the fangs of death were the source of life. The hellhound's combination attack could be said to be perfect. The flower goddess waved her dagger and cut off all the sharp claws that pierced into her body. She raised her slightly pale face and smiled. "Don't forget, we're bullying you with numbers." "Woo!" The hellhound's eyes suddenly widened as if it had encountered something extremely painful, and its body trembled violently. "What's wrong?" The flower goddess' expression changed slightly. The hellhound suddenly opened its mouth, and a terrifying spiritual energy exploded in its mouth. A dark green pillar of energy shot out like a breath. However, the flower goddess knew that this pillar of energy was destroying the hellhound's body. However, the hellhound's body could not withstand it, and the energy exploded. After a series of explosions, the hellhound's head was destroyed by the terrifying source energy. Its body went limp on the ground, and a huge amount of blood flowed out of its head. You want to kill us just like that? Don't you know who we are?" A strange and ethereal voice traveled over. A boy with only one head appeared in front of the flower goddess. The flower goddess' expression froze as she looked at the scene in front of her. She saw three identical boys standing in front of her. All of them were dark green, and they only had one head. However, the most terrifying thing was that they were all emitting the same energy waves as the three heads from before. In other words, they were divided into three groups, and none of them were weakened at all. This ability, come on, hurry up and bully us with numbers. The boy in the middle chuckled. The boy on the left also chuckled. He pulled out the flowers growing on his body and then put them into his mouth to chew. He looked like he was enjoying it very much. Monsters. The flower goddess gritted her teeth and gripped the dagger in her hand tightly. Her expression became serious. The collision in the sky was earth-shattering. The tumbling of the ocean shocked the world. The battle between the god of creation completely ignited everyone. Flowing Gold was also fired up after seeing the amazing performance of his companions. He formed a giant blood blade, and the dark red source energy shot into the sky as he pounced toward the divinities bathing in the sunlight. "Don't leave. I want to fight 4 of you. Ha ha ha." Flowing Gold's heroic spirit was boundless as he violently pounced on the 4 celestial beings. The faces of the Celestials didn't change in the slightest as they quietly watched the Flowing Gold rush over. The surging demonic chi had already blown up their clothes. What a terrifying aura! It had already crushed and distorted the space, but they still did not move. The 4 celestial beings didn't make a move until the broadsword slashed down. Wu Yin, Sword Lady Lin. The Golden Eye Heaven, being at the front, suddenly spoke. "Understood, Luo." Wu Yin, who had the strongest physique, raised his arms, and a terrifyingly large amount of heaven's power gathered in his arms before expanding. He rushed to the front of the Flowing Gold giant and punched out at it with his fist. Boom! The force of the saber exploded at this moment. It was like the roar of an ancient demon god, shaking the air within a radius of 1,000 miles. Wu Yin's heaven power was not to be outdone either. It burst forth with an incomparably divine white light, continuously attacking the saber energy. The power of this punch was extremely terrifying, and it was enough to instantly blast a heavenly god with 9 divine rings into smithereens. However, it was unable to continue forward in the face of the Flowing Gold giant saber. "Ha ha ha! Is that all you've got?" The Flowing Gold laughed heartily as he pressed down on the saber. Wu Yin's body involuntarily retreated. "Aha!" Wu Yin clenched his fists and used all his strength. Dazzling heavenly light erupted from his body, but cracks still appeared on his fists as the saber pressed down. The Flowing Gold giant was about to break through Wu Yin's line of defense. At this moment, a celestial woman with short white hair suddenly rushed to Wu Yin's side with an azure long sword in her hand. The blade of her sword rose up and collided with the descending crimson saber. The sound was clear and melodious. However, the extreme power of the sword Tao caused the Flowing Gold giant's saber to stop in its tracks. Then, under his astonished expression, the giant saber was blasted away by the combined power of the 2 celestials. The Flowing Gold giant was forced back by the tremendous force. At the same time, the tall, slender, and extremely beautiful Celestial Lin moved behind the Flowing Gold giant. Thin white threads condensed to the extreme and bound the Flowing Gold giant's waist, neck, and arms. Lin pulled on the threads with force, and the Flowing Gold giant's arms were pulled to either side. The Flowing Gold giant immediately released the source power in his body in an attempt to destroy the threads. However, at this moment, the celestial being named Law, the Golden Eye celestial being, had already extended a finger. Heavenly extreme, instant kill. Whoosh! A dazzling light flashed. A bright red flower suddenly blossomed where the Flowing Gold giant's heart was. After the astonishing explosion, a large, bloody hole had appeared in the Flowing Gold giant's chest. His heart had been blown away. Heavenly thread, slash. Lin's slender, snow-white fingers curled back, and the thin threads became extremely sharp. Like white afterimages, they swept past hundreds of times in an instant. Following the sound of flesh and blood being separated, the Flowing Gold giant's body was sliced into dozens of pieces. Heavenly flame, flowing blade. The Sword Lady's azure, long sword suddenly became scorching red. She waved it at the separated body, and extremely hot flames spewed out in a fan shape, instantly engulfing the Flowing Gold giant's body. The flowing gold giants won against 4 finally came to an end before he even had the chance to scream. Not even a scrap of his body remained. Each of these 4 celestial beings possessed the combat prowess of a god of creation stage celestial being. They could be said to be the most powerful celestial beings apart from Diwu. The power of their attacks far exceeded the flowing gold giant's expectations. All right, now that we've taken care of one, let's change targets. Law's face was expressionless from beginning to end, and he turned his gaze to the sky. There was a round stone floating in the sky. The stone had been there for a long time, but for some reason, it didn't help the flowing gold giant. Originally, when Law was dealing with the flowing gold giant, he had prepared a backup plan to deal with it, but he didn't use it. Next target, the god of creation, Amoyu, Law said lightly. The other 3 celestial beings also turned their sharp gazes toward the unassuming stone. In the next instant, a burst of heroic laughter caused the celestial beings' expressions to change. Ha ha ha! I haven't even been killed yet, and you want to deal with my other brothers. The dark, red source force in the sky that had not yet dissipated quickly condensed together to form the flowing gold giant's body. And he looked at the 4 celestial beings with a smile on his face. Source force rebirth? Humph, a god of creation stage. Law's expression changed slightly. How troublesome. Chapter 2288. Gods of creation were extremely difficult to kill, and they had countless methods of recovery and resurrection. Even if their enemies were more powerful than gods of creation still had 10,000 ways to protect themselves. The most convenient way to kill a god of creation was to enter the source world of a god of creation, then destroy the source world along with the heavenly Tao. In that case, the god of creation would suffer an extremely terrifying backlash, which would result in their death. Law looked at flowing gold and was already thinking about the feasibility of this way of killing. At this moment, in the eastern region of the Tai Chu continent, on the Purple Star ruins, a woman in a white dress appeared in the rift in the sky before slowly descending. Her white dress billowed in the wind, and she was like a holy white lotus that had bloomed in the midst of an apocalypse. Her eyes were very clear, and her gaze was filled with love and affection. "My children," the woman in the white dress spoke in a soft voice. Her voice was very gentle and pure. The hearts of the heaven-crushing sex upper echelons, who had been brimming with fighting spirit just a moment ago, softened at this moment. They even found a peculiar sense of belonging and reliance in this woman. "Why are you doing this?" The woman looked at Qin Chen with a grief-stricken expression. Qin Chen's expression remained calm. "To kill you and then recreate you. If we don't kill you, we will all walk toward destruction, step by step. No one will be spared." The woman's face was sorrowful, and her voice was faint, as if it had penetrated through the ages. "Once upon a time there was a woman. She stood alone in the void and chaos. In order to have a family, she created countless children and protected them in a happy world. They lived a blissful and wonderful life. The children were all very happy, and they brought their mother a lot of happiness. However, after the children grew up, they encountered obstacles in their growth, and they began to stab their mother with a knife. They wanted to sacrifice their mother in exchange for a chance to improve themselves. Do you think this child did the right thing?" The woman looked at Qin Chen with a face full of perplexity and grief. Qin Chen fell silent and didn't say anything. The mother punished some of the children, but the other children saw their mother walking toward death, and they were afraid that they would be implicated, so they chose to kill their own mother. Do you think that these children did the right thing? Grief and confusion began to spread. The woman's words seemed to have pierced deeply into the hearts of all the heaven-crushing sect members. The woman was accusing and interrogating the hearts of all the living beings who had participated in the heaven-crushing war. Some of the return to void stage, heaven-crushing sect members shuddered upon hearing this. Boundless remorse welled up in their hearts as they questioned themselves. That's right. Why would they do that? As a child, was it really right to treat his mother like this? This was something only the devil would do, right? When you want to destroy me, don't forget that if it wasn't for me, there wouldn't be any of you. I am the source of everything. I am the one who gave you life, gave you everything, and made you what you are today. But in order to save your lives, you want to kill the mother who gave you everything. Do you really want to do this? The woman's voice slowly drifted into his ears. All of the members of the heaven-crushing united army fell to their knees as tears of pain and remorse flowed uncontrollably from their eyes. At this moment, they realized the deep meaning behind the woman's words, and their hearts began to suffer great torment. This was an unparalleled mental attack. However, this was not a mental attack, but an interrogation of the Tao they had walked. They were in fact the heinous children that the woman was talking about. All of the heaven-crushing sect members were unable to withstand this pressure, and they all fell to their knees. Even Shui Yan and the ancient dragon empress trembled lightly as they fell into a state of endless struggle. Cyril's face turned pale due to the loss of his power. However, he still gripped his black and white spear tightly. He was the child who was wielding the murder weapon. However, he could not retreat. A ripple appeared in Chun Chen's eyes. His state of mind was slightly shaken. The woman's words revealed the truth. It was very naked and very cruel. Furthermore, there was nothing wrong with every word she said. This was very terrifying. If they couldn't overcome this obstacle, then their heaven-crushing sex operation would definitely fail. Are you going to kill the heaven and earth that gave birth to me in order to survive? Chun Chin suddenly spoke. He walked toward the woman and looked at her calmly. The woman looked at Chun Chin with tears in her eyes. Is that not the case? Chun Chin shook his head. No, you're wrong. Although I'm doing something that defies the natural order of the world, I'm not doing it for the sake of survival. Perhaps other living beings are doing it for the sake of survival, but I'm not. Chun Chin stretched out a slender hand and grabbed the woman's neck. There was an unprecedented determination in his eyes. I don't want to become the heavenly Tao, and I'm not doing it for my own life. I'm doing it for the sake of the billions and billions of living beings in this world. I'll say it again. This is a heinous crime that cannot be forgiven. Therefore, let me, a sinful person, bear all of this. You're also my child. The woman was in disbelief as she stared at Chin blankly. However, Chun Chin only looked at her with a cold expression. I'm sorry, Chun Chin said. A white, spotless realm started to expand and enshrouded the woman's body. The woman's body was quickly annihilated inside the dustless land, disappearing without a trace. Tears streamed down her face as she stared at Chun Chin silently. However, Chun Chin closed his eyes. The woman's body completely disappeared. The phenomena in the sky also started to recede. All of the heaven-crushing sect members who were kneeling on the ground and sobbing uncontrollably felt their emotions subside, and their eyes gradually regained clarity. They looked up to see the youth in linen clothes still standing firmly in the sky. Heavenly Disciple Chin blocked it for us? Heavenly Disciple Chin, we've let down the heaven-crushing sect. We've embarrassed you. All of the heaven-crushing sect members wore expressions of guilt. At the same time, the torment in their hearts hadn't lessened. This was because everything that the woman had said was the truth, and she had given them an unimaginable shock. The woman's purpose was only to completely expose the true nature of the heaven-crushing sect and plant a seed in their hearts. Did Chun win? It could be said that he had won, but it could also be said that he hadn't won. However, no matter what, this essence tribulation was finally over. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked up at the proud and independent youth. Chun, why did you have to bear all of this? Why? Chun slowly opened his eyes. His pure and emotionless eyes looked up into the sky. It's here, the fourth tribulation of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 2289. Cyril slowly stabbed his black and white spear into the crack in the sky, and the crack in the sky grew wider and wider, revealing black chaos and nothingness within. An aura of destruction and sorrow swept through heaven and earth. All of the heaven-crushing sect members recovered from the tribulation and continued to inject their power into the heaven-crushing formation. The ancient dragon empress looked up at the two heavenly disciples in the sky, and she discovered that she was unable to do anything to help them. Even during this tribulation, she was only able to maintain her composure and not kneel down. Her Tao had already been severely damaged, and she was even beginning to waver. They were both heavenly disciples, so why was there such a huge disparity between them? What was the point of her becoming a heavenly disciple? The ancient dragon empress was feeling very defeated, but she still chose to inject her heaven-crushing power into the heaven-crushing formation. She had to continue crushing the heavens for the sake of all living beings, even if it was not for herself. Chun-Chin looked up at the crack in the sky. At this moment, a black object suddenly enshrouded the heavens, immediately followed by the earth and then the sky. Everything before his eyes was plunged into darkness. Chun-Chin became cautious. Is this some kind of energy attack? No, this isn't an energy attack. A second later, Chun-Chin denied his own speculation. If this was an energy attack, he would be able to instantly break through it no matter what rank it was. The changes and experiences in my own world. Are these real experiences? Chun-Chin sensed everything around him and found that it wasn't an illusion or anything like that. Immediately afterward, billions of stars appeared before him. He was situated in the starry sky, and he was greeted by an extremely dazzling sight. Chun-Chin knew that the heavenly Tao wasn't just there to show him the scenery. How extravagant. Looks like this tribulation is only targeting an individual and not a group. So it's targeting me first? That makes sense. After all, it's best to capture the leader first. Chun-Chin smiled before looking at the stars before him with a calm expression. What was his first reaction upon seeing the dazzling starry sky before him? It was a sense of awe and grandeur. How could there be such a magnificent sight in this world? Chun-Chin knew that this scene was real. He was indeed standing at the very center of the realm of stars, and he was greeted by a boundless sea of stars, which gave him an extremely powerful feeling. It could be said that he was enjoying the scenery before him. He was like the ruler of the starry sky, looking down upon billions of stars. Chun-Chin enjoyed himself for an entire day. He enjoyed himself for an entire month. Gradually, the dazzling starry sky in front of him didn't seem so magnificent anymore. It was even a little boring. Yes, it was a little boring. An unchanging sea of stars. Even if the celestial bodies were moving and the rivers of stars were moving, the scene before him would become monotonous and featureless. As for the shock he felt when he saw it, it no longer existed for him. Getting used to it was a scary thing. Chun-Chin knew that this was not what the heavenly Tao wanted him to feel. 1 year passed, 10 years passed, 100 years passed. Chun-Chin had no one to communicate with, no one to interact with. There was only this starry sky in front of him. He couldn't eat, he couldn't sleep, he couldn't do anything. He could only watch. Being the master of the stars was so boring. Chun-Chin smiled. He knew what the fourth tribulation of the heavenly Tao 9 tribulations was. Tribulation of solitude. It was a tribulation that made Chun-Chin feel lonely. This was actually something that one had to experience as a supreme heavenly Tao. Chun-Chin knew that loneliness could drive a person crazy. If a mortal were to be kept in a secret room without doing anything, without any communication, and only being able to sleep. When he woke up, all he could do was stare at the unchanging wall. If he were to stay like this for a few days, he would definitely go crazy. Right now, this dazzling starry sky in front of him was actually Chun-Chin's wall. It was just a slightly bigger wall. A very long time passed. 10,000 years, 20,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years. Chun-Chin felt that the starry sky around him had already become a background wall. Even if there were stars exploding, black holes devouring, and galaxies collapsing, They couldn't set off any ripples in his heart. Was it boring? Very boring. Was it lonely? Very lonely. He even had a feeling of not knowing who he was, not knowing why he was here, and not knowing why he was still alive. No matter how strong his heart was, it was difficult to withstand this loneliness after endless years. Especially after hundreds of millions of years, billions of years, Chen even saw the entire process of a planet's birth to its destruction. There was no fluctuation in his heart. He even felt a little sleepy. However, he didn't sleep. He was experiencing the loneliness. Even Tao integration stage, super mighty figures, and gods of creation would crumble, let alone a normal cultivator, let alone a normal cultivator. This was not an experience that a living being should be able to endure. One had to realize that a return to void stage, super mighty figure only had a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. Tao integration stage, super mighty figures had almost infinite lifespans. But due to the existence of karma, their average lifespan was less than 100 million years. How long had Chen been staring at this starry sky? 10 billion years? 100 billion years? It had been too long. He really couldn't remember. He had a feeling that if he couldn't survive this tribulation, he would have to face this starry sky for the rest of his life. What was the difference between that and death? Of course there was. This experience was billions of times more painful than death. If one hadn't experienced the feeling of being constantly tortured by endless loneliness, one wouldn't be able to imagine how terrifying it was. The loneliness continued, and he didn't know how long had passed. What should I do? Chen suddenly asked in a hoarse voice as he looked at the boundless starry sky. Who am I? Chin extended his hands and looked at himself. Oh, right, my name is Chin. Chin, that's right, I'm Chin. Chin's blurry eyes gradually became clear again. I am as insignificant as a speck of dust, completely insignificant in the universe. However, a speck of dust floating in the universe is able to last for billions of years without dying. Isn't that what makes me so mighty? Even a speck of dust can contain a universe within itself. Insignificant, but not insignificant. Lonely, but firm in my Tao. Chen felt as if he had been baptized, and his inky black eyes became even clearer. The billions of stars reflected in his eyes became unprecedentedly clear. If this is the result of me standing firm in my Tao, then I will face it. I am a speck of dust to begin with. Chin stood at the center of the realm of stars and spread his arms wide open. His body gradually became blurry, as if he really had transformed into a speck of dust that merged into the boundless universe, becoming so insignificant that he had completely disappeared. After a period of time, things changed. The scenes before his eyes gradually receded. Chin's body reappeared in the air above the heaven-crushing, glazed palace. All of the heaven-crushing sect members felt as if they had been locked up in a small black room for a while. Even Cyril felt the same. Only Chen's expression had become much older. Cyril was a little worried upon seeing Chen's expression. He knew that Chen had definitely broken through this tribulation as well. Are you all right? What happened? Cyril couldn't help but ask. Chen shook his head with a smile. He raised his head and looked at the expanding rift in the sky with his incredibly clear eyes. I'm fine. Nothing happened. Chapter 2290. The fourth tribulation of the heavenly Tao, tribulation of solitude, had already been broken by Chin. No one knew what Chen had experienced. However, Cyril knew that Chen had to have experienced far more terrifying things than he could imagine. He could see the exhaustion in Chen's eyes, as well as the transformation he had undergone. That's right. For gods of creation of their caliber, there was no way that they would undergo such a transformation unless they had experienced something extremely terrifying. For beings of the God of creation stage, all life forms and Tao enlightenment were inextricably linked to opportunities and tribulations. What kind of opportunity would there be in the heavenly Tao's tribulation? Hence, it went without saying that Chun-Chin had undergone an unimaginable ordeal. Cyril could sense that Chun-Chin had undergone a transformation again, as expected of someone chosen by the heavenly true immortal. You are more suited for the heavenly Tao than I am. Cyril couldn't help but sigh with emotion. No, I think you are more suited. Chun-Chin shook his head. I don't want you to think, I want me to think, Cyril replied with a serious expression. Chun-Chin. The commotion in the sky gradually died down. However, Chun-Chin knew that there wasn't much time left. The heavenly Tao wanted to take a breather, so it was time for them to continue their assault. A vast expanse of stars began to appear on Chun-Chin's palm, and the powerful power of the stars fused perfectly with his heaven-crushing true intent. Heaven-crushing technique, shattering star. Countless stars instantly transformed into a sea of stars that crashed into the heavens. Heaven and earth tremored violently at this moment. Each and every star was capable of blasting an inky black hole into the sky. The destructive power unleashed by this boundless sea of stars was enough to shake the entire heavenly Tao. A storm was brewing in the purple star realm. The powerful beings on the city wall of Dawn City were no longer able to remain calm at the sight of the earth-shattering scenes. All of the return to Void Stage and Tao Integration Stage super mighty figures who had joined the heaven-crushing sect had already been gathered at the heaven-crushing glazed palace to participate in the heaven-crushing mission. However, there were also some powerful beings who hadn't joined the heaven-crushing sect in Dawn City. For example, the Celestial Arch, Ao Xiao, Chang-Yi, Black Spirit Snake, and White Spirit Snake had all learned the heaven-crushing true intent, but they hadn't joined the heaven-crushing sect. The heaven-crushing sect had given them the freedom of choice because they had exceptional aptitudes. They stood on the walls of Dawn City and stared at the crumbling sky and the ever-widening crack in the sky. For a time they were at a loss. The heaven-crushing battle is already reaching its climax. Ao Xiao said in an indifferent voice, but it has nothing to do with us anymore. The Celestial Arch sighed. Chang, he was a little hesitant. We won't be of much help to Patian, but we can still participate in the battle at the White Nectar Sea. White Spirit Snake nodded incessantly. That's right, that's right. The Eastern Heavenly Gate has been destroyed, and the entire Heavenly Human Tribe Army on the Eastern Front has been wiped out. What's the point of us standing here like idiots? Why don't we help the Heaven-Crushing Alliance at the center? Heaven-Crushing True Spirit of Spirit Tao. White Spirit Chin Spirit White White Spirit Chin. Celestial said, Chin White White Chen Spirit Spirit by Chen White by God Chin Chin Su Chin Chin White Emperor Spirit and Chin 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 Chin. Chinling White Chin Chin White Spirit. The Celestial Arch heaved a resigned sigh. There's nothing we can do about this. We still have our own jobs to do. Being stationed in Dawn City isn't completely useless. What if some supreme heavenly god still has a backup plan in the vicinity? When monsters attack the Kingdom of the Nine States, we can also protect the living beings of the Kingdom of the Nine States. Isn't that part of our role as well? The Celestial Thearcha's words made sense, and all of the powerful beings nodded in agreement. Chang-Yi looked toward the direction of the Purple Star State, and an extremely enticing smile appeared on her face. This is probably why the 4-9 Immortal Sect still has most of their troops stationed at the sect. They want to protect the Kingdom of the Nine States. Chang-Yi's words were immediately met with agreement from the crowd. You're the most beautiful. You're right. We're the final force protecting the Kingdom of the Nine States. All of the powerful beings who had been forced to stay here could only console themselves with this reason. However, this type of protection did make all of the living beings in the Kingdom of the Nine States feel a little more at ease. Even though they were looking at the apocalyptic scenes unfolding before their eyes, they weren't as panicked anymore. The heaven-crushing formation had spread throughout the entire world. An entire Tai Chu continent was falling apart as well. No living beings were spared. All of the living beings could see the sinister rifts in the sky. At the same time, they could also see the dazzling veined patterns on the heaven-crushing formation, and they could also sense the aura of destruction and sorrow. All of them fell into a state of horror and unease. It was as if the sky had really collapsed. Not to mention the commoners, even powerful beings with high cultivation bases had never seen such a scene before. Only in the face of a disaster like this could the gap between mortals and cultivators be narrowed infinitely, as everyone could die on the same day. Everyone was going to face the same fate. Even if the sky fell, the tall ones would hold it up. However, what if the tall ones couldn't hold it up? It could be said that everyone was very concerned about this final battle. Some of the neutral return to void stage and Tao integration stage mighty figures even began to broadcast the battle to the entire world. They didn't have to do anything, but they had to make the entire world watch. The heaven-crushing sects, Purple Star Ruins, the White Nectar Seas, Super Battle. These two images were broadcasted on all of the large screens in the Tai Chu continent, drawing the attention of all of the living beings on the Tai Chu continent. Even the Celestial Darch and Chang Yi, who were standing in Dawn City, were paying close attention to the images being broadcasted on the screen. Chun Chin and Cyril's astonishing performances, and Lin battling the three paramount beings on his own, and Tina's peerless combat prowess were all extremely astonishing to everyone. The appearance of the 5 God of Creation stages and the appearance of the 10 ancient beings in the divine mirror world pushed this earth-shattering battle to a climax. It wasn't like they hadn't seen high-level battles before. However, this was the first time they had ever witnessed such a large-scale battle, and they wanted nothing more than to rush to the battlefield to participate in such a spectacular battle. Within the 4-9 Immortal sect, many of the most renowned, powerful beings across the entire continent were gathered together to watch the White Nectar Sea battle and the Purple Star Heaven crushing battle through the massive screens on the Tao Plaza. Perhaps it was because all of them had special sentiments toward their sect leader, but in Lin's battles were able to excite them even more. Every time he unleashed his might, a burst of cheers and raucous cheers would be drawn from the entire Tao Plaza. All of the disciples and elders who were forced to stay in the sect could only watch the live broadcast in order to increase their sense of participation in the battle. Meanwhile, the large screen that Bai Ling had broadcasted was equipped with high definition and high energy penetration. Tens of thousands of satellites were able to capture images from all angles, thereby allowing the spectators to immerse themselves in the battle from the perspective of clarity and image quality alone. This was the best in the entire world. This also gave the countless disciples and elders who were watching the show a little consolation. Chapter 2291. Wow. Big Brother Anne's combo is so satisfying. So what if they're the 3 paramount gods? Big Brother and doesn't even need to use darkness to beat them to the ground. Woof. Dabai chewed on some melon seeds with an excited expression. The Blood Patriarch's combat prowess is unparalleled in this world. These are merely paramount heavenly gods, so how could they not be defeated? Merlin spoke with a scorching expression. Tears welled up in Shui Zhantian's eyes upon hearing that the idiom he was going to use had been snatched away. Forward phrase, forward phrase, forward phrase. Pavilion leader Tina is still the most amazing part of this battle. Didn't she say that she was going to upgrade the divine mirror world? How come she's become a god of creation after the upgrade? And she's an extremely powerful god of creation. What a pleasant surprise. Xian Yuan Cheng was still unable to recover from the shock in his heart as he stared at the fairy with insane combat prowess. Which one of our sects is normal? We have no shortage of prodigies and freaks. Lu Qianhuan heaved a forlorn sigh as she looked at Shangguan Yi, who was sitting beside her with a tranquil smile on her face. We're just normal people. I had thought that I was already a prodigy, at least in the Heavenly Sword sect. However, after coming here, I realized that I'm actually just a sword practitioner. Little Goose spoke with a pitiable expression. I'm just a nectar refiner. Su Qianyin was also quite dejected. I'm just a pill refiner. Xiaozi was also quite dejected. I don't know anything other than getting beaten up. All of the nearby disciples were on the verge of tears upon hearing this. Please don't be so humble. If you keep this up, they won't even be able to make up the numbers. On the screen, the 5 gods of creation made their entrance, stunning countless onlookers. The 4-9 immortal sect members were even more astonished upon hearing that they had all come from the divine mirror world. There had been rumors circulating within the sect that the divine mirror world was indeed a world created by Tina, which meant that all of these legendary mighty figures were pavilion leader Tina's underlings. They were also part of the 4-9 immortal sect? Heavens, what kind of immortal sect did I enter? A new core disciple murmured. We used to secretly debate whether the Flame Pavilion or the Snow Pavilion was stronger. Now it's clear that the Realm Pavilion is the final boss. Who still remembers that not long ago the Dragon Pavilion was actually the most powerful and awesome? When these words were spoken, all the disciples couldn't help but sigh with emotion. That's right. Not long ago, the Dragon Pavilion's 2 Dao integration stage cultivators were the pride of their sect. It had only been a short while since then, but the Dragon Pavilion had faded into obscurity like a husky. It wasn't that the Dragon Pavilion was too weak. It was just that the rise of the other pavilions was simply too terrifying. The Divine Phoenix Maiden's combat prowess rivaled that of a God of Creation stage Divine Maiden was already very impressive, and she had even managed to get 9 Dao integration stage Vermilion Birds to submit to her. However, Shangguan Yi of the Snow Pavilion had awakened and progressed to the God of Creation stage, pushing the Snow Pavilion back to its peak. After that, the Realm Pavilion's Pavilion Master, Tina, became an invincible God of Creation and even had a group of God of Creation underlings, this kind of metamorphosis speed, not to mention the outside world. Even the little fellows in the sect were unable to keep up with it. It was unbelievable. In the Kingdom of the 9 States, a sect with a Dao integration stage super mighty figure among its ranks can become one of the 5 great sections. Right now, our sect has even more God of Creation stage super mighty figures than the Dao integration stage super mighty figures of the other 4 great sects. A disciple spoke with a trembling voice. All of the other disciples were struck by the terrifying might of their own sect upon hearing this. All of them were prodigies, and they would be able to shine with their exceptional aptitude and character in any sect. In fact, they could even be considered as potential sect leaders. However, only now did they realize just how minuscule they were. They had to be more humble and work harder. This was the same thought in all of the disciples' minds. One pavilion after another rose to the pinnacle of the Tai Chu continent. This wasn't a bluff. If any of the pavilions in a sect were to be placed in a realm, they would be able to rule over an entire tribe. Some of the disciples couldn't help but wonder which pavilion would be the next to rise to prominence. Would it be their pavilion? The battle on the screen was still raging. The 5 God of Creation stage cultivators had their hearts racing with excitement. The appearance of the 10 primordial spirit beasts had also made their hearts race. This earth-shattering battle was definitely going to be recorded in the annals of the Tai Chu continent for all eternity. Just as most of the disciples and elders were paying attention to the battle taking place in the White Nectar Sea, almost all of the Purple Star Pavilion disciples were paying attention to the heaven-crushing sect's heaven-crushing progress. They were using special devices to collect real-time data from all over the Tai Chu continent and perform all types of calculations and deductions. The heaven-crushing progress has reached 30%, and the continent's stability coefficient has fallen to the ghost level. Superdimensional energy will permeate the continent, thereby affecting all living beings on the continent. Zhou Yu spoke with a grave expression as he looked at the dense pile of data on the Purple Star Pavilion's research platform. Pavilion leader, should we release the Pillar Stone to stabilize the dimension? Meng Mei, who wore a peculiar white helmet, asked with her eyes closed in a relaxed manner. "There's no hurry. Our pillar stone has a limited amount of energy. We'll only activate it after reaching 35%, a cold voice sounded. Bai Ling wore a white robe, and she stood at the center of a sacrificial altar. She looked up at the rift in the sky, and there were countless particles of light swimming in her eyes as she performed unprecedented calculations. This sacrificial altar was extremely similar to the sacrificial altar that the purple star had used to crush the heavens, but the details were completely different. There was also a massive formation that was set up beneath the ground, and it was emanating a dark and profound light as it absorbed an endless stream of cosmic power from outside the Tai Chu continent. Bai Ling's plan had also begun. In order to successfully execute this plan, she had even expended her life force to unleash a mystic technique, thereby maximizing the efficiency of her brain in order to completely replicate the Purple Star civilization's deductive abilities. As the most perfect human being, she was the most suitable being to represent the entire human race and become the heavenly Tao. When she focused all of her brain power on deductive calculations, her abilities were comparable to the true heavenly divination. At this moment, all of the Purple Star Pavilion disciples looked at the woman standing at the center of the sacrificial altar, and the more they looked at her, the more ethereal they felt. It was as if she wasn't a human being, but rather a peerlessly mighty Tao that encompassed everything. So, Pavilion Leader Bai is so powerful when she's serious. I've never seen such an aura and disposition before. A young woman who was responsible for menial tasks in the Purple Star Pavilion spoke with an expression of yearning. "She's the holiest person in my eyes right now," a man said with a yearning expression as he adjusted his spectacles. "That's right. Even if the sky is about to fall on us, I feel an indescribable sense of security as long as the pavilion leader is here." Although the pavilion master likes to design all sorts of terrifying trials, bringing nightmares to countless disciples and giving others the image of a mischievous witch, she is actually a woman with great wisdom, Chu Ming added. However, right at this moment, Bai Ling's expression suddenly shifted. Crap. Chapter 2292. The entire world was paying close attention to the battle of the White Nectar Sea and the progress of the heaven-crushing glazed palace. Countless living beings turned their attention to those two battles. The battles in these two places were equally important. The heaven-crushing sect was responsible for crushing the heavens, so their importance was self-evident. Meanwhile, the heaven-crushing sect United Army was fighting on the central front to keep the enemies at bay and prevent them from disrupting the heaven-crushing sect's progress. Only by winning both battles would they be able to secure the final victory. The two battles had garnered worldwide attention, and even the gods of creation were looking at them nervously. However, unbeknownst to the vast majority of beings, there was also a world-changing event taking place in another place. Bai Ling's expression suddenly shifted as she turned toward a certain direction in the west. "Pavilion, Lord Bai, what's going on?" Meng Mei couldn't help but get a little nervous at the sight of the usually calm and collected Bai Ling. After the heaven-crushing formation is activated, the heavenly Tao will crumble, and the world will become extremely fragile. However, the battle of the White Nectar Sea is so intense that it has already caused the heaven-crushing formation to lose control. Bai Ling spoke with a grave expression. What will happen if the heaven-crushing formation loses control? Meng Mei asked. In the worst-case scenario, the heaven-crushing formation will be disrupted. In the worst-case scenario, the heaven-crushing formation will fail, and the laws of the world will be destroyed as a result of the collapse of the heavenly Tao, Bai Ling replied with a grave expression. This. Meng Mei's eyes widened with fright. Then what should we do? We can't just tell them to stop fighting. This is a battle to the death, so no one is going to stop. Zhou Yu switched the screen and glanced at the scene of the battle in the White Nectar Sea. Both sides were fighting to the point where their brains were coming out, and it was clear that they weren't going to stop peacefully. Bai Ling also switched over to the White Nectar Sea battlefield and analyze the situation there. She paused for a moment before suddenly tossing a purple, lotus-shaped object into the air toward the Dao Plaza. Her cold voice instantly spread throughout the entire 4-9 Immortal sect. Pavilion Lord Shangguan E. The Purple Star Pavilion has an urgent request for your assistance. Please use this Dao manifestation lotus flower to place the heavenly mirror god within it, then detonate it into the sky. Bai Ling's voice reverberated throughout the entire sect. Shangguan Yi's eyes lit up slightly as she caught the purple lotus-shaped artifact that was descending from the sky with all of the disciples and elders. All right, I'll set off right away. Shangguan Yi stood up. Ice Matriarch, you have to take care of yourself. Don't force yourself if you can't do it, Mangji said in a gentle voice. Don't worry, I'll be fine. A smile appeared on Shangguan Yi's face as she tore open a spatial rift and waved to her friends before disappearing on the spot. Is Shangguan Yi really going to be all right? Dongfang Zhuangshi was a little concerned. Dongfang Mingjie latched onto Dongfang Zhuangshi's arm with a faint smile. Are you worried about her? I can't help but worry about a girl who gets struck by lightning every time she walks. A wry smile appeared on Dongfang Zhuangshi's face. At this time, in the heaven-breaking, glazed palace, Cyril and Qin also noticed that something was amiss. Crap, the heavenly Tao has lost its balance. Cyril's expression darkened. Qin nodded in agreement. The point of impact should have been here, and the cracks in the sky should have spread out with us as the center. However, the battle at the White Nectar Sea has also become a critical point. If we continue to battle there, perhaps the heavenly Tao will collapse again, thereby creating an irreversible imbalance and disrupting our heaven-crushing plan. Cyril's brows furrowed. That's a little troublesome. Right at this moment, a shooting star suddenly streaked through the sky. A single sentence appeared in the air above the heaven-crushing, glazed palace. I am Bai Ling of the 4-9 Immortal sect. Leave the heavenly Tao to us. Qin and Cyril were both dumbstruck upon hearing this. The two heavenly disciples were a little surprised by the woman's confident voice, but they chose to believe her after thinking about that woman. Looks like the 4-9 Immortal sect has made a lot of preparations. Cyril smiled. A reliable ally. Qin also heaved a sigh of relief. There was nothing more comforting and reassuring than having an ally like the 4-9 Immortal sect during the final battle, at the center of the Tai Chu continent within the White Nectar Sea. An earth-shattering battle was still raging. The 5 gods of creation continued to battle, and the sea level of the White Nectar Sea plummeted relentlessly. The seawater was either disintegrated by Genesis energy or transformed into something else by the power of the heavens. At the same time, the battles on the West Sea Heavenly Vessel and the Celestial Immortal Battlefield had also reached the God of Creation stage. The West Sea Heavenly Vessel's superdimensional cage had been broken by Demon Emperor Siyu, and it had completely lost the ability to retaliate. It was currently in a desperate situation where it was being beaten to the death. On the Celestial Immortal Battlefield, the Celestial Immortal still hadn't drawn his 8th heaven-punishing divine sword, as the heaven-crushing united army was simply too ferocious and didn't give the heavenly human tribe any chance to retaliate. Lan Xiaoni was able to hold her own against the heavenly mirror god, the heavenly liquid god, and heavenly goddess Lanya, even without unleashing her full power. Meanwhile, the Darkwing Emperor was using the hack that Enlin had given him to crush heavenly god Minghe. The heaven-crushing united army had already gained the upper hand. Whoosh! A red spear of water pierced through the heavenly liquid god's body, and the terrifying power of water carried it toward the celestial immortal body, causing the celestial immortal body's spell formation to tremor violently. Lan Xiaoni wielded her crimson spears, and she continued to hurl them toward heavenly goddess Lanya and the heavenly mirror god like 2 deadly streaks of crimson light. Heavenly goddess Lanya relied on her extraordinary swordsmanship to deflect the crimson spears in the nick of time and evade the attack. The heavenly mirror god immediately jumped into the mirror to evade the attack. Damn it! How did this Lan Xiaoni become so powerful? Last time, she clearly had to use a paramount mystic technique that expended her powers. But now, she's not even using that mystic technique. Heavenly Goddess, Lan Yi gritted her teeth. That's right, Lan Xiaoni wasn't at her most powerful state yet. After all, she was confident that she could kill 2 or 3 heavenly gods if she used her most powerful state, but she would basically lose all combat prowess afterward. As opposed to an instantaneous burst of power, she was more inclined toward endurance in this final battle. In any case, the heavenly gods were going to be subdued by her sooner or later anyway, so she wasn't in a hurry. However, the heavenly mirror god was panicking. No, we can't let this drag on. We're going to be exhausted to death by her sooner or later. Use all of your power and surround her, the heavenly mirror god commanded loudly. Aren't we using all of our power right now? Heavenly Goddess Lan Ye was perplexed. The heavenly mirror god turned toward Heavenly Goddess Lanya. I mean, use all of your power. Heavenly Goddess Lan Ye faltered slightly, and a pained and reluctant expression suddenly appeared on her face. However, she still nodded in the end. I understand. All of a sudden, a divine halo of light appeared above Heavenly Goddess Lanya's head. 9th Divine Halo activate. Chapter 2293. The divine halo above Heavenly Goddess Lanya's head suddenly erupted with an unprecedented radiance, plunging all the nearby living beings into a vast expanse of white. A tall and slender blue-haired woman with a long sword in her hand stood at the center of the light, and her aura had skyrocketed to a peak that was comparable to that of a god of creation. Hey, is this what you call risking your life? Lan Xiaoni's expression was a little strained. She had never fought a heavenly god with 9 divine halos before. These were the most powerful beings among normal heavenly gods, so she was quite nervous just thinking about it. I risked my life to take your life. Heavenly Goddess Lan stepped lightly into the air, and her entire body flashed through the air like a streak of light. She instantly appeared before Lan Xiaoni, and her longsword, which was imbued with the extremely powerful power of light, slashed down. Heavenly God Technique, Sword of Fortune of Heaven and Earth, Genesis. The woman's aura was like a rainbow, and her sword slashed through the heavens and earth. This slash displayed the magnificence of the sword Tao. Lan Xiaoni was struck by an unimaginable sense of pressure, and she gathered all of her power of water to materialize a dark blue sword in her hand before slashing it forward. At this moment, the 2 sword Tao energies exploded. Immortal celestial being's abdomen was instantly sliced open by the shock waves from the collision of their swords. Sword Qi spread in all directions in a ring. Lan Xiaoni could sense the peerlessly sharp sword might before her eyes. She had already activated her power of water to its very maximal extent, but the sword of creation of heaven and earth was still able to inflict a series of cracks on her water sword just as it was about to reach its peak. The sword intent began to crash into Lan Xiaoni's body. Light and sword Qi kept forcing her back and even heavily injuring her body. Lan Xiaoni knew that if she didn't unleash her ultimate mystic technique, she really wouldn't be able to defeat her opponent. Do I really have to use it here? Lan Xiaoni's body was forced back relentlessly by the sword of light, and she gritted her teeth as she tried to use her power to defend herself. However, right at this moment, the heavenly mirror god and the heavenly liquid god appeared from the side and unleashed their heavenly god techniques toward her. The surface of the mirror was like a blade, and the liquid was like a spear, piercing through space and hurtling toward Lan Xiaoni at an extremely fast speed, sealing off all of her avenues of retreat. She could only take it head-on, heavily injured, or activating the final secret technique. She only had these 2 choices. When the experts at the side saw this scene, they were all on tenterhooks. Some of them were even panicking. However, none of them could save the situation. Either they weren't strong enough, or they couldn't make it in time. Everything was too late, and they could only watch helplessly as this scene unfolded. But at this moment, the space around them suddenly turned ice blue. The attacks of the three heavenly gods seemed to be moving in slow motion. Heavy snow fell from the sky. The surging white nectar sea suddenly froze in the next instant, and even the massive waves that were 100,000 feet tall froze in the sky like a still painting. The heavenly human tribe united army, as well as the heaven-crushing army, were struck by a bone-chilling sensation. Heavenly goddess Lan Ya's expression shifted. She discovered that there was a woman in a blue and white priest robe standing beside Lan Xiaoni. She looked around with a cold expression, as if she was searching for something. Still standing in front of her, "You're looking to die." The heavenly liquid god had also discovered that something was amiss, but it was already too late. Instead, it became even more ferocious. Those scorching spears, formed from liquid, emitted even more scorching heat. They pounced towards the woman like a few thin, long, and extremely hot flame dragons. In the face of the oncoming attack, the woman pointed a finger into the air nonchalantly, upon which the heavenly liquid god's scorching liquid spears quickly froze and shattered into countless shards of ice 10 feet in front of the woman. How could this be? The heavenly liquid god was dumbstruck. The woman spoke in a cold and indifferent voice. "The 4-9 Immortal Sect is conducting business. All who stand in our way shall die." She pointed a finger toward the heavenly liquid god as she spoke. A faint blue frosty aura shot forth. The heavenly liquid god tried to evade, only to discover that the surrounding ice-blue space had suddenly congealed over 10,000 times, and its movements were as slow as a snail's. Whoosh! The faint blue frosty aura pierced through the heavenly liquid god's chest and exited its body. The heavenly liquid god's body suddenly felt as if it were going to be sealed in ice forever. This is essential power. You're a god of creation. The heavenly liquid god's eyes widened as its body was sent flying by the frosty blue frosty aura. The heavenly mirror god's mirror saber was already crashing down upon Lan Xiaoni. It was given a fright upon seeing this, and it was just about to retreat. It was fast, but the woman was even faster. The woman pulled out a golden staff, which was glowing with a divine light, from thin air before striking the mirror sabers that were imbued with the power of the heavenly god. The heavenly mirror god's mirror sabers were all pulverized as if they were made of glass. The heavenly mirror god turned to flee, but the golden staff transformed into a streak of golden light that pierced through the heavenly mirror god's body mercilessly. Ah! The heavenly mirror god's body was assaulted by the glacial essential power, and its power became strangely sluggish. Even the power of the heavenly god was unable to expel the glacial essential power. The woman then turned toward heavenly goddess Lanya. "I already told you that the 4-9 Immortal Sect is conducting business, and all who are not involved should step aside. Didn't you hear me?" Heavenly goddess Lan Ya's eyes widened. She had never been humiliated like this before. "Can't you see that I'm zooming in? Can't you be a little more respectful toward my world creation sword?" "Piss off," the woman said in a calm voice. Boom! A burst of glacial essential power erupted from the woman's body. Regardless of whether it was the light or the sword chi that had reached the pinnacle of perfection, they were all sealed in ice by an extremely cold origin energy at this moment before being blown away. Heavenly goddess Lanya was also blown away. Never in her wildest dreams would heavenly goddess Lanya have thought that she would be forced back in such a manner. The disparity in power was simply too vast. The woman turned toward the heavenly mirror god, who was still wailing with anguish after being punctured by her staff, and a beautiful smile appeared on her face. "You are the heavenly mirror god, right?" That's right. I'm the heavenly mirror god. I won't disturb you when you're doing business. I'll step aside right now." The heavenly mirror god had already been intimidated by the woman's terrifying power. The one standing in front of it was a god of creation. and she was an extremely powerful god of creation. The woman cocked her head to the side, and there was a hint of mockery in her voice. But what I'm doing has to do with you. What? The heavenly mirror god faltered. I'm going to F*** you up, the woman said in a firm voice. After saying that, she took out a purple lotus-shaped artifact from her bosom. Say, how am I supposed to stuff you into this thing? The woman looked at the tiny lotus flower in her palm before turning to the heavenly mirror god with a vexed expression. Heavenly mirror god. Chapter 2294. So, such a terrifying demoness came here specifically to deal with me? The heavenly mirror god was extremely flustered. Of all times, he had to appear at this very moment. Who was she trying to hurt? Is there some kind of misunderstanding between us? This is the first time we've met. The heavenly mirror god was so aggrieved that droplets of water began to appear on its surface. So what? You are my target. Confirmation complete. There was no hesitation on the woman's face. Lan Xiaoni was extremely surprised to see this stunning woman appear before her. You really are. Shangguan? The woman turned around, and a smile appeared on her frosty face for the first time. Yes, I am. The power of the Ice Matriarch has completely awakened recently. Lan Xiaoni came to a sudden realization. She had heard rumors that Shangguan had awakened the Ice Matriarch, but she didn't think that her combat prowess would be this powerful. Just the power that she was displaying now was comparable to her combat prowess after unleashing her ultimate mystic technique. At this moment, the heaven-crushing United Army was already in shock. They had also recognized Shangguan. After all, she was a renowned, powerful being on the Tai Chu continent. However, they didn't think that Shangguan would become so terrifyingly powerful after awakening her power. She was able to defeat 3 heavenly gods with ease. Only a veteran god of creation would be able to accomplish such a feat. Goddess Shangguan's combat prowess is off the charts. This is so exciting. Another powerful god of creation has appeared, and she's an ally as well. Haha, we've got this battle in the bag. Have you noticed that all of the gods of creation participating in this battle are from the 4-9 Immortal sect? Are the 4-9 Immortal sect all going to ascend to the heavens? The heaven-crushing United Army was extremely excited upon seeing Shangguan Yi's stunning performance. Their confidence in this battle was also about to go through the roof. All of the gods of creation were like insurmountable mountains. However, to the heaven-crushing United Army, these gods of creation were an extremely reassuring source of support. The heaven-crushing United Army was extremely excited, but the heavenly human tribe United Army was in a miserable state. Wuyin, we can't delay any longer. The heavenly liquid god suddenly roared with rage. Heavenly goddess Wuyin was the core of the immortal celestial being. She was sitting within the immortal heavenly being's head, and her body shuddered upon hearing the heavenly liquid god's words. Her eyes were still tightly closed, and she pursed her thin red lips. Her slender fingers began to rapidly pluck the strings on the harp, and 9 divine halos suddenly appeared on the harp. Heavenly goddess Silent Sound had also begun to fight in a suicidal manner. With her 9 divine rings, the music she played was extremely terrifying, and the speed at which her immortal celestial being circulated and gathered energy had increased by several levels. The giant celestial being held the sword with both hands and pulled it out fiercely. The radiant punishing heaven sword was finally pulled out by immortal heaven. Kill! Empyrean god Silent Sound's voice was as cold as ice. Her 10 fingers danced across the harp of the 9 god halo like a torrential storm. The immortal celestial being's body erupted with an extremely pure repelling energy, pushing all the remaining living beings out of his body. Shangguan was also pushed back by this extremely powerful force. However, she still had the heavenly mirror god tattooed on her scepter, so she was clearly not bothered by this. The heavenly human tribe United Army combined their powers again. The immortal celestial being exuded God of creation stage energy, fluctuations. Furthermore, there was an eternal aura emanating from the immortal celestial being. The heaven-crushing united army also combined their powers to form a massive sword of boundless light. Heaven punishing heaven. Heaven punishing heaven. Heaven punishing heaven. Tens of millions of powerful beings roared in unison. Little dark river, activate your 9 divine halos and fight me if you dare. The Dark Wing Emperor roared at the heavenly gods within the immortal celestial being. Heavenly God Dark River ignored the Dark Wing Emperor with a dark expression on his face. The Dark Wing Emperor chortled with glee upon seeing this. This was the most exhilarating day in 100 years. Not only was a heavenly god being pummeled by him, but he was also being scolded by him without even daring to retaliate. Shangguan Yi, hurry up and release the heavenly mirror god. Empyrean goddess Lanya was the only one who didn't return to the celestial immortal formation. She was too powerful, and if she entered the celestial immortal formation, she would cause the entire formation to lose balance. It was better to act alone. Shangguan Yi didn't say anything. In fact, she didn't even turn to look at her. Instead, she was thinking about how to insert the heavenly mirror god into the Tao manifestation lotus. Lan Xiaoni stepped forward at this moment. Pavilion, Lord Shangguan, leave the enemies to me. You can focus on your research. Thank you. Shangguan Yi nodded with a smile. Ha ha ha, I'll come too. Leave your safety to us. The Dark Wing Emperor laughed heartily. He hadn't had his fill of thrashing yet, and he hadn't tasted the might of a 9th stage divine ring Empyrean god. Heavenly goddess Lan, you just so happened to be able to satisfy his desires. The monarchs of the Darkwing tribe were all envious of the Darkwing Emperor. I really envy Boss. After obtaining the power of the Heaven Lord, he can now do as he pleases. Yeah, I've never seen him so brave before. The power of darkness. I also want to experience what it feels like. The Heaven Lord sure is a man who gives people a sense of security. When will I be able to win his favor? All of the monarchs had their own thoughts, and they quickly focused on injecting their power into the Heaven and Earth Annihilation Formation, which transformed into a Heaven Annihilation sword that slashed toward the immortal celestial being. The immortal celestial being transformed into a heavenly spear in one hand and an 8 trigrams formation in the other, which he unleashed relentless attacks toward the immortal celestial being. The collision between the two sides was earth-shattering, and shockwaves swept forth, causing the frozen surface of the White Nectar Sea to crack open. The battle between the immortal celestial being and the heaven-crushing united army erupted once again. This time, both sides were fighting with unyielding ferocity, and each clash was capable of shattering the space within a radius of over 50 kilometers. The immortal celestial being was willing to expend an arm and a head just to leave a wound on the Heaven Annihilation Sword. The Heaven Annihilation Sword then trembled violently as one powerful being after another perished within it. The immortal celestial being regenerated his body before continuing to replenish his blood. Heavenly Goddess Lanya charged toward Shangguan Yi, only to be intercepted by Lan Xiaoni and the Darkwing Emperor. She had initially been able to suppress Lan Xiaoni, but the Darkwing Emperor, who possessed a portion of the power of darkness, made her the one being suppressed. She had risked her life in exchange for this moment of glory, but she was completely unable to approach Shangguan Yi. Heavenly Goddess Lanya was struck by an unprecedented sense of humiliation and humiliation. It was also at this moment that Shangguan Yi finally discovered how to use the Tao lotus flower. I've got it. Her eyes lit up, and she combined her blood essence and essential power before dripping them onto the Tao lotus flower. The Tao lotus flower instantly unleashed a peculiar power of Tao. She then enshrouded the heavenly mirror god with her glacial essential power. The heavenly mirror god struggled in horror and even unleashed its heavenly god technique, but all of its powers had been frozen by the essential power. WH, what are you doing? Let me go. Let me go. How could I let you go? A faint smile appeared on Shangguanyi's face. For the sake of the stability and balance of the Tai Chu continent's heavenly Tao, I've decided to sacrifice you to the heavens. Chapter 2295. The heavenly mirror god was instantly dumbstruck upon hearing this. For the sake of the stability and balance of the heavenly Tao, it should be sacrificed to the heavens? I am the heavenly Tao. I am the heavens. If you kill me, you'll affect the balance. Release me. The heavenly mirror god was about to let loose a torrent of abuse. Shangguan couldn't be bothered to respond to the heavenly mirror god's cries. She circulated the Genesis energy within her body and slowly compressed the heavenly mirror god. The heavenly mirror god's humanoid size began to shrink under the pressure of an unimaginable force. It became smaller and smaller. A series of ear-piercing cracks erupted, as well as the heavenly mirror god's blood-curdling cries reverberated throughout heaven and earth. There was no blood splattering everywhere, but anyone who paid attention to the situation here would feel the blood and misery assaulting their senses. This was too tragic. So Shangguan felt like the flower was too small to contain the heavenly mirror god. So she wanted to shrink the heavenly mirror god even smaller than the flower? What kind of devil was that? Soon, the heavenly mirror god was compressed into a ball. Under Shangguanyi's brutal manipulation, the ball of light became smaller and smaller until it was only about the size of a thumb. Only then did it slowly fly toward the Tao lotus flower. The heavenly mirror god, which had transformed into a small glass ball, fused with the Tao lotus flower. A peculiar ripple began to appear, and the heavenly mirror god's mirror divine halo appeared above the Tao lotus flower. What's going on? An expression of shock appeared on the faces of the heaven-crushing army's members. The heavenly mirror god was absorbed by the lotus flower, and the lotus flower became the heavenly mirror god. The heavenly liquid god was also quite perplexed upon seeing this. This scene had already exceeded their common sense. Ha ha ha! The heavenly mirror god is so pitiful. It has been reduced to a tool. The Darkwing Emperor couldn't help but laugh when he saw the heavenly god's divine ring being snatched away. This was very amusing. Seeing this, the holy angel Gabriel couldn't help but say, "You're just a tool yourself. You used Enlin's darkness to work for him, and you still have the cheek to criticize others?" The Black Feather Emperor was displeased to hear this. "You call this working? No, this is the Heavenly Lord's choice. I am the Son of Heaven. I'm fighting for glory." Gabriel looked at the fanatical man and helplessly rubbed his forehead. What's the difference between these words and working? All right, not only was this person a tool, he was also a brainless and fanatical tool. However, it was no wonder that the Darkwing Emperor was so fanatical about following Enlin. Enlin had an extremely powerful charisma to begin with, and if one were to really count the number of fanatical fans on the continent, then perhaps 1/10 of all the living beings on the continent would be included. At this moment, the heavenly mirror god's blood-curdling cries had also died down. It was completely assimilated into the Tao lotus. The lotus rose into the sky and began to bloom. The mirror god halo was activated to the extreme, and a series of transparent mirror-like objects began to cover the entire sky. 100 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers, 100,000 kilometers, 1,000,000 kilometers. The Darkwing Emperor's interest was piqued upon seeing this. This lotus flower is using the heavenly mirror god to create a barrier in the sky. Heavenly goddess Lan swung her sword at the lotus flower in the sky, courting death. The Darkwing Emperor flared up with rage upon seeing this, but Lan Xiaoni was even faster. She arrived before the sword projection in the blink of an eye before summoning a water spell formation wall to absorb all of the sword projection's power. The Darkwing Emperor could only take advantage of this opening to unleash a dark aurora, which punctured Heavenly Goddess Lanya's chest. Heavenly Goddess Lanya was knocked flying, and the darkness in her chest was still trying to engulf her body. However, The light divine halo above her head flashed, and extreme light erased the wound on her chest. The Dark Wing Emperor's control over darkness was not enough to devour her light. At this moment, the Tao lotus flower began to exude clouds of purple mist. The mist adhered to the transparent mirror surface, allowing it to communicate with the heavenly Tao. The mirror surface was one of the powers of the heavenly Tao. It was only natural that the two sides would fuse together. After unleashing all of its power, the mirror god halo began to shatter into specks of light. It was also at this moment that the mirror in the sky also gradually disappeared. It didn't fade away. Instead, it fused as one with the heavenly Tao. Along with the strange lotus flower mist, it fused as one with the heavenly Tao to form some kind of peculiar support. Heaven and earth returned to normal. It was as if nothing had changed. However, both the heavenly human tribe and the heaven-crushing united army knew that Shangguan must have done something unimaginably monumental. Otherwise, there was no way she would have traveled hundreds of millions of kilometers to kill the heavenly mirror god. The heavenly mirror god's death was one of the most bizarre deaths among all heavenly gods. Our heavenly mirror god died just like that. That was a heavenly god. How could she be crushed to death just like that? Die, die, die! Avenge the heavenly mirror god. The heavenly human tribe cultivators were extremely enraged, and they controlled their immortal celestial beings to attack the heaven-crushing united army. Their auras suddenly increased significantly, and the divine light vanquishing sword was unable to even lift its blade. The heavenly human tribe cultivators felt like their morale had been boosted. However, in the next instant, they felt as if they had been plunged into glacial water. A bone-chilling sensation spread through their bodies, and chills ran down their spines. This was all because Shangguan had locked onto them. Their battle intent had been boosted by the heavenly mirror god's death. However, in the face of the heavenly mirror god's enemies, their battle intent was completely extinguished. It wasn't that they were cowards. It was just that their enemies were truly too terrifying. Shangguan stood on the spot and looked at the immortal celestial beings with a calm expression. Her star moon high priest robes fluttered in the wind, accentuating her slender figure. Beneath that faint smile was a beautiful face that didn't have any traces of worldly affairs. There was no hatred, no anger. She was like a beautiful woman enjoying the scenery. No energy was released. However, a bone-chilling sensation enveloped everything. Cold. It really was too cold. This was the only feeling that the tens of millions of heavenly human tribe cultivators had. Seeing as you're all here, then I might as well take care of all of you. Shangguan spoke with a calm expression. Her words were domineering and arrogant to the extreme, as if taking care of all of the enemies before her was just a piece of cake. This was an extreme insult to the proud heavenly human. The enraged immortal celestial beings charged toward Shangguan. 6 paths of heaven light fist. The immortal celestial beings roared as he unleashed an almighty fist. All of the power of the heavens was injected into his fist, and his fist was as thick as a divine mountain. There were 6 paths of reincarnation phenomena imbued on his fist, and this fist was powerful enough to ensnare his enemies. Shangguan Yi's expression remained as calm as still water in the face of the oncoming attack. Her power of extreme frost burst forth as she stabbed her golden staff toward the oncoming fist. Just as everyone thought that an earth-shattering clash was about to take place, a massive rift suddenly appeared at the pinnacle of the heavens. Immediately afterward, purplish golden bolts of lightning fell from the sky, lighting up the entire world as they crashed viciously into Shangguan Yi's head. Chapter 2296. Purplish golden primordial lightning was the lightning of the highest caliber. Even a god of creation would be extremely wary of its power. Shangguan had focused all of her attention on the celestial immortal being, and this bolt of lightning was still too fast for her. She had only managed to materialize a layer of frosty origin energy before the bolt of lightning had already struck her. upon which it exploded. These bolts of lightning were imbued with paramount divine might, and Shangguan Yi's Genesis Qi was blasted apart. Some of the bolts of lightning struck Shangguan Yi's body, and her body shuddered as if they had struck her very essence. She almost couldn't even hold onto her high priestess scepter firmly. At this moment, the celestial immortal being had already unleashed his 6 streaks of heaven light fist upon Shangguan Yi's body. The 2 earth-shattering powers clashed in a frenzy. However, Shangguan Yi's condition was severely affected by the lightning, and she was knocked back several hundred kilometers with 6 streaks of aura clinging to her body. The heaven-crushing United Army was given a fright by this development. Has a new enemy joined the battle? Gabriel asked. No. The Darkwing Emperor wore a grave expression. I can't sense any life forms. This seems to be an attack from heaven and earth against Shangguan Yi. The war hero martial lord was astonished to hear this. What's going on? Why would heaven and earth attack Shangguan Yi? Heaven and earth can attack living beings of their own volition, and it's using such terrifying primordial lightning? He was perplexed by the vast majority of living beings. Haven't you seen tribulation transcendence before? Lan Xingyang shook his head. The heavens will always try to punish powerful beings that they don't like during their breakthroughs. However, Shangguan Yi feels like she's suddenly transcending a tribulation. But isn't Shangguan Yi already at the God of Creation stage? What tribulation is she transcending? Gabriel was still perplexed. Who says there's no need for tribulation transcendence after reaching the God of Creation stage? Perhaps the heavenly Tao suddenly doesn't like her, so it decided to punish her with some tribulation. Lan Xingyang speculated. Haha, you sure are funny, Mr. Lan. I feel like she's being punished by heaven and earth for attacking a heavenly god despite being a God of Creation stage spirit. The Darkwing Emperor chimed in. All of the powerful beings discussed spiritedly among themselves, but no one could come to a conclusion. No matter what the truth of the matter was, it was a fact that lightning had descended from the sky. The primordial purplish-golden lightning was no ordinary lightning. Instead, it was the most powerful lightning known to man. If it were to strike a normal Tao integration stage super mighty figure, it could even instantly reduce that super mighty figure to ashes. After knocking Shangguan Yi back, the immortal celestial being was as if he had been injected with adrenaline, and he immediately pounced toward Shangguan Yi. At this time, even the heavens were helping them, so what reason did they have to retreat? All of the heavenly human tribe living beings had tears in their eyes as they yelled slogans such as, "The heavenly Tao is on our side. We are invincible." His fear of facing a powerful God of creation was instantly replaced by his surging battle intent. This seemed to be a chain reaction, and the immortal celestial being's power also increased due to the changes in the celestial human tribe. The immortal celestial being unleashed another 6 paths of heaven light, fist toward Shangguan Yi. Shangguan Yi's brows furrowed coldly as boundless essential power of creation erupted from her staff. Do you really think you've become so powerful because of the interference of the heavenly Tao? The vast expanse of heaven and earth turned a deep blue color. The heavy snowflakes in the sky transformed into an extremely aggressive blizzard as they crashed into the immortal celestial being's body, causing his aura to falter momentarily. At this moment, a brilliant blue light had already erupted from Shangguan Yi's staff, and she was just about to stab the immortal celestial being's head. At this critical juncture, a mighty power suddenly descended from the heavens. Boom! This mighty power crashed directly into the woman's body. The Genesis energy around the woman was violently torn apart before crashing into her body. At this moment, the woman looked so lonely and poignant. Even the blood he spat out from the corner of his mouth turned into blooming ice flowers that fell from the sky due to the interference of the extremely cold Genesis Qi. All of the powerful beings who were paying close attention to Shangguan Yi were dumbstruck. The heavenly Tao had struck again, and it had chosen this critical juncture to do so. Just how much vengeance did it have? Is this really the power of the heavenly Tao? Are you kidding me? Shouldn't the will of the heavenly Tao be absolutely neutral? Why is it targeting Pavilion, Lord Shangguan? The heaven-crushing sect United Army had witnessed Shangguan being bullied by the heavenly Tao every time she attacked. This was something they had never seen before, and they were both shocked and enraged. The heavenly human tribe United Army was extremely excited. The immortal celestial being's fist came crashing down even more mercilessly. Shangguan could only instinctively raise her staff in front of her to defend herself before the terrifying power of the 6 pillars enshrouded her and sent her flying for over 500 kilometers. The immortal celestial being stepped forward and closed in on Shangguan at an extremely fast speed. The heaven-crushing sect United Army, who were waiting to see Shangguan crush the immortal celestial being, couldn't sit still any longer, and they immediately unleashed their heavenly light slaying swords toward the immortal celestial being. Boom, boom, boom. The immortal celestial being's fist collided relentlessly with a massive sword. Thankfully, the heavenly Tao wasn't targeting the heaven-crushing sect United Army. To be honest, the fact that Shangguan was being targeted by the heavenly Tao had already refreshed their understanding of the world. Thankfully, this didn't happen to them. The immortal celestial being's aura was extremely powerful, and heavenly goddess Wu Yin's 9th divine halo had made him even more powerful. However, no matter how powerful he was, there was no way he could bypass the heavenly light vanquishing sword to attack Shangguan. Even though the heaven-crushing sect United Army was at a disadvantage, they had to defend against all of the attacks coming their way. Boom! Boom! 2 more bolts of terrifying purplish-golden lightning fell. They were like light and mist at the same time, and they crashed mercilessly toward the woman in the white dress. Again, essential power instantly erupted from Shangguan Yi's body as she waved her staff toward the 2 bolts of lightning. Lightning exploded, and essential power proliferated outward. Shangguan was unable to withstand the extreme collision of energy, and she stumbled back a few steps. However, she quickly regained her footing. She looked up into the sky, and a determined expression appeared on her face for the first time. In any case, I did help you stabilize the heavenly Tao. Am I that annoying in your eyes? All right, then let's settle this once and for all. Shangguan Yi's aura did not diminish in the slightest under the pressure of the heavenly Tao. Instead, it became even more powerful, and she became even more fearless. At this moment, the ice-blue source power covered the entire sky. An incomparably huge azure divine, head with a crown on its head, appeared in the center of the ice-blue source power, looking incomparably majestic and exquisite. Just like that, it appeared in the center of the ice-blue source power, staring at the sky. Come at me. How much power you have, how many techniques you have. Come at me. Chapter 2297. The West Sea Sky Arc and the Immortal Heaven Being were still locked in a stalemate. Due to the Heaven Tao's participation, Shangguan Yi's one-sided victory was temporarily balanced out. 5 God of Creation stage against 10 primordial ancient beings. The intensity of the battle couldn't even be described as earth-shattering. It was as if the entire world was going to be destroyed, especially Black Stone. When she was being squeezed by the countless balls of flesh, she seemed to have encountered something extremely infuriating that had crossed her bottom line. She actually used a secret technique that ignited her blood. Countless wisps of milky white Genesis chi turned into a peerless spear projection that pierced the balls of flesh into energy particles. Like a lioness, Black Stone broke out of the meatball and stabbed at the cloud rock in a frenzy. Its attacks were so violent that even the sky crocodile felt a chill run down its spine. There was a streak of blood within the pure white spear projection. This increased the sharpness and energy density of the spear projection to a whole new level. Even the cloud condor's body, which was comparable to a divine tool, was torn apart by this spear projection. Not only that, but Blackstone's attacks were also extremely desperate. She was the kind of person who would stab the cloud condor once even if she had to endure 2 strikes. She was ruthless and ruthless. Those who didn't know better would think that they were enemies who had a blood feud. Very soon, the cloud condor's body was riddled with holes. Not only its body, but even the sky behind it was riddled with holes. Huge cracks extended all the way to the horizon. Not only the cloud condor, but even the sky was not spared. It became a sacrifice for Blackstone to vent her anger. The battle between God of creation stage beings was earth-shattering. However, the battle between Di-Wu and Lin and Tina was still the center of the battle in the White Nectar Sea and was watched by billions of living beings. Di-Wu's battle prowess was a level higher than DC's. However, no matter how prideful and arrogant he was, he still chose to fight back in the face of Lin and Tina's combined attacks. However, he didn't look as pathetic as DC. Not only that, but he could also occasionally fight back against the 2 of them. In terms of battle prowess alone, Di-Wu was only slightly more powerful than Lin and Tina. However, he would not be able to handle the combined attacks of the 2 of them. However, Di-Wu had an advantage. His ability to use his 3 paramount heavenly gods, as well as his vast power of the heavens, which encompassed almost the entire Tai Chu continent, were his advantages in battle. As long as Lin and Tina didn't have the ability to instantly kill him, then he could rely on the power of the heavens to escape, the power of life to recover, and the boundless power of the heavens to expend. Fighting as he ran was Emperor Five's strategy. It had to be said that Lin and Tina really couldn't do anything to him in a short period of time, and the battle fell into a stalemate. Di-Wu, compared to the other 4 brothers, you're just a little brother. In desperation, Lin began to make excuses. He said in a disdainful tone, "At least the other 4 have the courage to fight me head on. Why do you keep running away? Show off and run the farthest?" Di-Wu's expression didn't change. He used his sky-rending, heavenly palm to force Tina back. "I'm the little brother," he said calmly. At this moment, Lin took this opportunity to close the distance between them. He gripped the air in front of Di-Wu, and a terrifying 5 elemental formation was formed. Di-Wu was in the center of the formation. The flame vermilion bird, the mysterious water turtle, the vibrating metal tiger, the green wood dragon, and the earth Qilin formed an encirclement around Di-Wu. "I've finally caught you." 5 spirit absolute slaughter formation. And Lin gripped the air in front of him, and 5 types of terrifying power revolved around Di-Wu to restrict his movements. The 5 elemental ring behind him was quickly activated, and the new power of the 5 elements fused into the 5 spirits, causing their auras to become more and more terrifying. Di-Wu wanted to use the power of the heavenly gods, but his hands and feet were bound by the omnipresent power of the 5 elements. Did you prepare for so long just for this moment? Di-Wu sensed that although Lin's attack was ferocious, it didn't seem like he had used his full strength. Perhaps it was because he couldn't take Di-Wu down instantly even if he used all his strength, so he was slowly accumulating power before suddenly unleashing a big attack. And Lin didn't say anything. Instead, he focused on controlling the 5 elemental formation. He used the new power of the 5 elements of the 5 elemental formation to form threads that were everywhere and bound Di-Wu's body. Then, he used the 5 spirits to deal a fatal blow to Di-Wu. The vibranium tiger was a metal tiger spirit whose entire body was made of a strange dark gold alloy. When it leaped, the sharp edges of its body could form the sharpest blades that could slice the surrounding void into pieces. Roar! The metal tiger roared, and its claws slashed toward Di-Wu. Di-Wu's eyes narrowed, and a terrifying wave of energy exploded from his body. He reduced the suppression of the formation to an extremely low level. Then his body swayed slightly, and he flashed dangerously to the side of the metal tiger. Originally, he thought that the metal tiger would just brush past him like this. However, he didn't expect a golden light to flash through the air. As the tail swung, It was like a peerless blade that hit Di-Wu's waist without warning. The huge force was like a volcanic eruption, and it was sharp enough to cut through two worlds. The extremely dense, protective power of heaven was torn apart. Then, Di-Wu spat out blood as he was sent flying. His clothes were torn, and a deep wound was left on his waist. At this moment, a cold gaze appeared behind him. A big black tortoise laughed sinisterly behind him. Di-Wu felt that something was wrong. He released a huge amount of heaven power first. Then he turned his hand and slapped the Xianshui turtle with the power of heaven and earth. The Xianshui turtle didn't expect Di-Wu's counterattack to be so intense. It was so shocked that its head and limbs shrank back into its shell. Then the shell was violently slapped away by Di-Wu. At this moment, the greenwood dragon had already flown into the sky. The tree branches that glowed with green divine light were like swimming dragons as they approached Di-Wu. "Do you think you can catch me with this speed?" Di-Wu laughed coldly. He immediately used his movement technique to dodge. Under the 5 elements formation, the Qilin of the earth suddenly opened its eyes. A purple force field appeared under Di-Wu's feet. An unparalleled gravitational force suddenly exploded. The gravitational force that was billions of times stronger than normal pulled on Di-Wu's body. Even his bones couldn't withstand it and started to crack. Di-Wu's body paused. The green tree branches had already accurately and quickly climbed onto Di-Wu's body. They bound his arms, waist, neck, legs, and even his 10 wings. Chirp! The vermilion bird flew into the sky and spread its wings at the bound Di-Wu. At this moment, the fiery red feathers released a light that was even more dazzling than the sun. The extremely high temperature caused the space within a radius of 10,000 miles to distort. The vermilion bird in Lin's sea of vital energy also spread open its wings at the same time to communicate with the vermilion bird outside. It was going to pour all of its power into this attack. 5 elements heaven splitting. Vermilion bird chaotic flames. Chapter 2298. The new 5 elemental power merged with the vermilion bird's power, and the vermilion flames started to transform. It turned into a red chaotic power that was mixed with black and white. It descended from the sky. This flame was originally a holy flame. After merging with the new 5 elemental power, heaven-crushing power, and chaotic power, it evolved to a higher level. It became the only vermilion bird chaotic flame in the world. The space started to twist and melt, and the sea started to boil. A wisp of flame fell into the deep sea and instantly evaporated a bottomless hole in the sea within a radius of 1,000 miles. No matter how much seawater flowed in, as long as that wisp of chaotic flame was not extinguished, the seawater would never be able to fill it. Just a wisp of flame had this much power. One could imagine what Di-Wu was like when he faced the vermilion bird chaotic flame that covered the sky. Boom! The vermilion bird chaotic flame swallowed Di-Wu's body. Di-Wu's barrier of the sea was melted by the chaotic flame in the blink of an eye. The barrier of the sky was also twisted and melted. Only the never-ending power of heaven that was like a perpetual motion machine managed to buy him a few more seconds. Then it broke apart with a scream, and his body started to melt. Ultimate Deva technique, life lock! Di-Wu suddenly shouted. A green fluorescent light enveloped his body and locked onto his life state. No matter how hot the flame was, it could not continue to melt his body. Di-Wu started to use this opportunity to escape. Finally, he dragged his half-melted body out of that demonic purgatory. The vermilion bird became very weak. That attack had used up almost all of its power. It started to fall toward the chaotic vermilion bird chaotic flame of the 5-spirit absolute sky formation. The chaotic vermilion bird chaotic flame started to be absorbed. Then a lively vermilion bird rose into the sky again. Di-Wu could not help but curse as he sensed the situation behind him. F***CK. There was no way to fight this. He had to quickly break free from the five-spirit absolute sky formation. Di Wu started to focus all of his power on escaping and breaking the formation. Green life burst forth and quickly healed the injuries on his body. The power of the sky transformed into an enormous and endless spatial force, propelling him forward at an extremely fast speed. However, because of the terrifying restriction of the five-spirit absolute sky formation, his speed was even slower than before. At this moment, a great earth qilin appeared below him. It blinked its big innocent eyes and looked up at Di Wu with a smile. The purple light spread for 100 miles. 10 billion gravity gift pack. Boom! Di Wu's body was pulled down by gravity and fell rapidly. Domain anti-gravity. He had already suffered once at the hands of the great earth qilin. Of course, he would not repeat the same mistake. A powerful anti-gravity formation appeared beneath his feet, blocking the great earth qilin's attack in an instant. However, before Di Wu could even catch his breath, a dark shadow quickly closed in on him. He looked up and saw a big black tortoise smiling kindly at him. Di Wu! An earth-shattering collision resounded. Di Wu, who was caught off guard, was mercilessly crushed by the Xianshui turtle. He fell all the way and crashed into the bottom of the five-spirit absolute sky formation. If Di Wu did not have the power of heaven to protect his body, he would have been flattened. Just as Di Wu was about to break free from the Xianshui turtle, he saw an extremely beautiful elf smiling at him from the bottom of the formation. No! Di Wu was most afraid of this elf. He was even more afraid when Di Wu was not in good health. Whoosh! Blood splattered everywhere. Di Wu was instantly stabbed several times by Tina. At this moment, Di Wu only had time to unleash his power and break free from all of the restraints binding him before fleeing for his life. At this moment, the divine mirror particles in his wounds had already started to increase in value and were quickly absorbing the power within his body. Di Wu immediately severed his head, arms, and lower half of his body, leaving only his chest as he flew through the air. Thankfully, Tina did not stab his chest. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know what would be left. The goddess of life had already prepared a life gift bag. After Di Wu cut off his own body, she helped him recover his entire body in 1 second. This spell technique was extremely taxing on the goddess of life's essence. This was something that none of the previous heavenly beings had ever received. We can't delay any longer. We have to break free from the five-spirit absolute sky formation in one go. Otherwise, we won't be able to hold on for much longer. The heavenly heaven god said in a cold voice. The heavenly sea god wore an aggrieved expression. There are clearly two people chasing after us. So why do I feel like we've returned to the past? The flame vermilion bird, the Xianshui turtle, the metal vibrating tiger, the verdant wood dragon, and the earth Kirin all possess God of creation stage powers. Furthermore, there was also Tina, who could launch a lethal attack at any moment. Wasn't this the same as returning to the past? No, they definitely couldn't fall into that kind of predicament again. Why had they unleashed their ultimate trump cards, the 10 ancient primordial spirits? Wasn't it to lure away those gods of creation? Only then would they have a chance to fight a battle of attrition with Lin and Tina. Only then would they have a chance to defeat their enemies with an endless supply of the power of heaven. However, the five-spirit absolute sky formation unleashed by Lin had clearly exceeded their threshold. They had to escape from this predicament. Crap! This five-elemental heavenly slaughter formation can move. The heavenly sea god's expression shifted drastically. He discovered that as Di Wu moved, the terrifying formation enshrouding them also began to move. He'll be fine. Controlling such a terrifying formation and moving it is extremely taxing on the caster, and Lin definitely won't be able to keep this up for long. The heavenly heaven god, who is the most proficient in spell formations, said, "Look at what Lin is doing." The heavenly life goddess suddenly said. The two paramount heavenly gods faltered slightly before turning toward Enlil, who was controlling the formation, and they immediately wanted to curse out loud. Enlil was controlling the formation with one hand while stuffing pills into his mouth with the other. Those were all extremely precious immortal pills and divine pills. He was eating them like they were candy. It was all thanks to the powerful effects of those pills that Enlil's aura hadn't been weakened at all. Damn it, why does he have so many pills? The heavenly sea god was enraged. This is the first time I've ever hated rich people to the bone, the heavenly heaven god murmured. Everyone's flesh crawled upon seeing this. He stuffed one pill after another into his mouth as if they were free, replenishing the massive amount of energy that the formation had expended. And Lin's aura didn't show any signs of exhaustion, and there was even a flush of satisfaction on his face, as if he had consumed too many pills. What do we do? The heavenly life goddess was in complete despair. The paramount heavenly gods were thinking that Enlil would eventually run out of energy to maintain such a powerful formation. In the end, Enlil used his actions to show them that in the face of filthy rich there was no such thing as running out of energy. Chapter 2299. Di Wu felt like he was truly in dire straits. The confidence he had when facing Enlil and Tina had completely disappeared. In its place was an unprecedented sense of solemnity, as well as a hint of faint despair. This despair was brought on by the sight of Enlil constantly popping pills into his mouth. Enlil used his money to destroy Di Wu's confidence in a protracted battle. The five-spirit absolute slaughter formation was simply too terrifying. The metal vibrating tiger, dark water turtle, and flaming vermilion bird were responsible for attacking. The verdant wood dragon and earth Kirin were responsible for restraining the formation. This spell formation had both damage output and crowd control. Furthermore, Enlil was a freak who could regenerate his mana endlessly. How was Di Wu supposed to win? On top of that, there was also Tina, who could deal a lethal blow to him at any moment. Di Wu once again experienced the horror of being ganged up on. The three paragons were also at their wits' end. They could only run. Enlil continued to unleash his spell formation, giving chase and torturing them. Di Wu's injuries continued to worsen. The heavenly life god would become more and more exhausted from using the heavenly life god's heavenly power so quickly, and her rate of recovery would become slower and slower. If this continued, the heavenly life god would only be able to recover in less than 2 hours. Their battle was about to come to an end. At this moment, the sun had already set. The clouds in the sky had turned crimson, as if they had been scorched by fire. This was not just the White Nectar Sea, but the entire Tai Chu continent. The sinister and spreading cracks were like the wounds of the heavens. The black cracks were wounds, and the red clouds were blood. Perhaps this was a metaphor given to the world by the heavenly Tao. However, things had already progressed to this point, and the living beings of the Tai Chu continent, especially the human race, had no choice but to fight to the death in order to survive. Di Wu had reached his limit. Meanwhile, the battle between the gods of creation had reached its climax. The three living beings had transformed into three independent children, as if they had been cloned. Their appearances were identical, their auras were identical, and even their cultivation bases were identical. What's going on? Are all three of them real? Why did they wait until now to use such a terrifying spell technique? The flower goddess' face turned pale. The three creatures in front of her had turned into three green children, and the danger she felt was more than 3 times greater. The hellhound reformed its head, its claws sunk deep into the void. It growled in a low voice, expressing its fear and hostility. Dance of the flowers, purple and beautiful red. The flower goddess' eyes suddenly turned pink. She swayed her graceful body and began to dance in the rain of flowers. The 100-flower umbrella in the sky spun even faster, and the speed at which the flower rain fell also increased. The petals danced under the control of the flower goddess. A strange fragrance filled the air, containing a terrifying hallucinogenic effect. The first smell of the human world, the second smell of heaven. Even a powerful cultivator would spend a wonderful life in the fragrance of flowers after smelling it. A second later, as the petals withered, his life came to an end. It was a very gentle death. Although the fragrance of flowers was fatal, its illusion could compensate the life of a living being in a special way. This was also why almost no living being could resist its temptation. The life of the fragrance of flowers was very beautiful. Beautiful love, a harem, and beautiful women. Was he really willing to give up on this kind of experience? If he was not willing, then he would accompany his beautiful life to its end. The moment the three creatures appeared in the fragrance of the flower, the expressions of the three boys became dazed for a moment. At this moment, the hellhound had already turned into a red light and pounced. Its claws turned into huge bloody scythes, slashing toward the three children. However, just as the scythes were about to hit the children, one of the children suddenly turned his head 180 degrees and glared at the hellhound behind him. He grabbed the scythes with both hands and blocked the scythes. Don't use these moves that are not suitable for children. You should know. We're still children. Boom! The boy's hands exploded with dark green origin power. It spread along the hellhound's blood scythe and covered the hellhound's entire body in the blink of an eye. The hellhound looked like it was on fire and quickly broke free from the boy's grasp. It rolled on the ground and cried out in pain, trying to extinguish the flames. The flower goddess' expression changed slightly. She waved her long sleeves, and thousands of petals turned into sharp blades that instantly slashed tens of thousands of meters, cutting the bodies of the three boys into countless pieces. Flower dance, instant kill. The flower goddess' attack was still very terrifying. At the very least, it could break through the three creatures' protective origin energy and cut their bodies into pieces the size of diced meat. Did you succeed? The flower goddess asked anxiously. The hellhound finally extinguished the source energy of the three living creatures. Then it saw the three living creatures that had been chopped into countless pieces, and it nervously barked, "Woof, woof, woof." Hearing this, the flower goddess frowned and knew that this was not enough, so she continued to dance. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, and a blue resurrection lily quickly bloomed in front of her. Go and purify everything in this world. The flower goddess rode on the blue fire resurrection lily and flew toward the three living beings. The blue flames released by the resurrection lily quickly spread and engulfed the bodies of the three living beings in an instant. It had an extremely powerful soul penetration ability and was the best flame to burn the three living beings. As expected, the fragments of the three creatures twisted quickly under the red spider lily's flames. They seemed to be struggling in pain. But in the next instant, the flower goddess' expression turned into shock again. She found that the pieces of flesh that had been cut into pieces actually turned into small people that looked like the three creatures. The densely packed pieces of flesh became densely packed small people, and they laughed coldly at the flower goddess. The laughter was very strange. The flower goddess didn't think and immediately started to retreat. However, the speed of the three creatures was even faster. The densely packed three creatures sneered and pounced on the girl like a swarm of locusts on fire. Flower dance, instant kill. The girl twisted her slender waist, and her long sleeves were like dragons. Billions of petals flew toward the three creatures. The wild petals were like knives, and the murderous intent was like an ocean. The three creatures were engulfed by the endless petals. The violent petals could cut all the small people into the size of particles. The flower goddess used a lot of energy for this attack. She was panting slightly and looked at the surging sea of flowers with exhaustion. She only smiled faintly when she confirmed that the three creatures had been erased. She waved her sleeves, and the petals scattered. There was nothing in the sky. As expected, the three creatures had been erased. Even the hell dog with the strongest senses stopped barking. The hell dog happily ran to the flower goddess and wagged its tail. The flower goddess was in a good mood after the victory. She rubbed the hell dog's head intimately. The hell dog laughed and woof woof. Then the flower goddess saw a child's face in the hell dog's mouth, and it was smiling at her. Chapter 2300. The flower goddess' mind went blank for a moment. The smiling boy in the hell dog's mouth shot out like a bolt of lightning and instantly blew up the flower goddess' head. Woof! The hell dog watched as the girl's head was blown up in front of its eyes. It was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? What had happened? Why did the three living beings revive? The green-haired boy grinned. Surprised? The boy slashed at the air with his finger, and the girl's headless body was cut into tens of thousands of pieces. The boy breathed out with his origin power, and the girl's body was instantly destroyed. The hell dog was enraged and pounced at the boy. The boy's speed was extremely fast, and he kept moving in the air. Every time the hell dog was about to bite him, he would dodge and walk the dog in the air. Not only that, but he was also slowly explaining the situation. Do you know why I didn't die? From the moment you swallowed my head, I used self-destruction to secretly fuse the seed of my main body into your body. The three of me you saw before were only 3 clones. Although they were powerful, the time limit was very short. I retreated into your body in order to get close to that agile girl. I still have to thank you. Thank you for your assistance, allowing me to succeed. The 3 living beings looked at the hell dog, who was becoming more and more embarrassed, and laughed loudly. They laughed until 2 more heads appeared, and they returned to their original appearances. Then they suddenly punched and sent the hell dog flying for hundreds of kilometers. So that's how it is. You used the hell dog's aura to conceal your own aura. No wonder I didn't sense it. A soft and seductive voice suddenly sounded. The 3 living beings looked up and found that the 100-flower umbrella in the sky was still spinning, and a large number of bloodlines were hanging down. The bloodlines intertwined and condensed, forming the beautiful flower goddess again. The flower goddess held the umbrella, and her short skirt fluttered in the wind, revealing her snow-white straight legs. She strolled toward the 3 living beings. The 3 living beings looked at the revived flower goddess and twitched their lips. So, the 100-flower umbrella is the main body? The flower goddess didn't reply. She maintained her cold expression and didn't stop walking. The 3 creatures spread out their palms, and a faint green flame burned in their palms. This time, I won't give you a chance to revive. The flower goddess smiled. Same to you. Woof woof. The hell dog, who had been sent flying by the 3 lives spirit hammer, ran towards the flower goddess daughter with a face full of grievance and self-blame. The flower goddess retracted her umbrella. When she saw the incoming hellhound, the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Just as the hellhound was about to reach her, the umbrella suddenly fell. Boom! Caught off guard, the hell dog's head and body were struck by the umbrella ribs. His body caved inwards from the impact, and he coughed out mouthfuls of blood. He looked as though he was on the verge of dying. The 3 creatures were stunned. What was the flower goddess doing? His main body was no longer with the hell dog. Why did they suddenly start fighting? At this moment, the flower goddess raised her umbrella again and landed. Boom! Hell! The umbrella descended mercilessly, and the hell dog cried out miserably. Boom, boom, boom. Ayo, ayo, ayo. The umbrella descended again and again, smashing the hellhound before it. Stupid dog. This is what you get for being used. This is what you get for being used. The flower goddess daughter's angry shouts successfully answered the 3 creatures' questions. This girl was so narrow-minded. She beat the dog just to avenge herself? The hell dog was indeed used, but it didn't need to be beaten up now, right? Soon, the hell dog was smashed beyond recognition. Its low growls became colder and colder, as though they came from hell. The flower goddess continued to smash down with her umbrella. Bam! A thick, fleshy claw blocked the hellhound's head, blocking the flower goddess' attack. A 300,000-meter tall black gate had appeared behind the hell dog. There were all sorts of sinister devil carvings on the gate. The flower goddess daughter was not surprised when she saw this. Instead, she laughed. The gates of hell have finally appeared. Roar! The hell dog roared and pounced at the flower goddess. The flower goddess daughter did not even look at it and swung her umbrella down. Bam! The hell dog was smashed by her umbrella. What the hell? The left head of the three creatures furrowed its brows. It could sense that the hell dog had indeed been killed by the flower goddess. At this moment, the hell dog's blood splattered all over the gate, causing the devil carvings on the gate to glow with a demonic red light. This is a blood sacrifice. Use the hell dog's life as a blood sacrifice for that gate. The expression of the middle head of the three creatures became serious. No wonder I always felt that the hell dog was unbelievably weak. So its true purpose was to feed the gate? Interesting, interesting. The right head laughed. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and destroy the gate. The left head roared. The three living spirits moved and punched at the gate from a distance. The dark green origin power transformed into a streak of light and crashed into the gate, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The 300,000-meter tall gate was not destroyed. Instead, it was blasted open. Immediately afterward, the three living beings watched as a massive river of blood gushed forth from within the gate. The river of blood blotted out heaven and earth, instantly engulfing the entire sky and the white nectar sea, transforming the entire world into a sea of blood. What is this? The three creatures were given a fright. In the next instant, they were also engulfed by the boundless river of blood. The river of blood was extremely corrosive and poisonous. The three creatures were clearly spirit bodies, but their bodies also showed signs of decay and cracking in a few seconds. Countless devils and evil spirits appeared from the sea of blood. They were powerful and cruel, and they bit toward the three creatures as if they wanted to tear their bodies to shreds. The dark green origin power around the three creatures was able to defend against this attack. However, the terrifying thing was that there seemed to be no end to the number of monsters. After one wave was destroyed, another wave would appear, and there was no end to the monsters. The gate of hell was still open. The sea of blood expanded from 50 kilometers to 500 kilometers, then from 500 kilometers to 5,000 kilometers. Do you see that? This is the true use of the hell dog. This is the true power of the 10 great ancients. The flower goddess stood beside the gate of hell and looked down at the three creatures struggling in the sea of blood. Enjoy the torture of the sea of hell. The sea of blood expanded at an insane rate. The battle between flowing gold and the celestial being was forced to distance itself. Aren't these lunatics a little too much? Flowing gold and the celestial being retreated into the distance as they fought. They couldn't help but sigh as they looked at the sea of blood that was expanding at an insane rate. They were clearly at the edge, but they could still see sinister devils and evil spirits swimming around as if they were going to devour people. Just looking at them sent chills down their spines, let alone the three creatures at the center of the Sea of Hell. Chapter 2301. The evil spirits continued to bite and attack. They were like a school of piranhas that smelled blood as they pounced towards the dark green boy. Even though many of their seniors had already died because of the little boy, they were not afraid at all. Instead, they became more and more excited. The Sea of Hell had already expanded to 100,000 miles and was about to become a new world. Even so, there was still a huge amount of blood flowing out from the gates of hell. Once the gates of hell were opened, they could not be closed. Anyone who saw this scene would feel despair. The three living beings were at the center of the storm, and the greatest malice of the entire sea was concentrated on them. The three living beings wanted to jump out of the sea of hell first, but the evil spirits in the sea would always pull them back and push them down. Not only that, a tempting evil spirit's soft moan continuously drilled into their ears, affecting their minds. You belong to us. You have to stay with us forever. Give up resisting, and you will be very comfortable. The three living beings were extremely annoyed when they heard these words. They were the gods of creation, and they wanted to seduce them with these things. Even if these clumsy evil spirits whispered 10,000 times more, they would not be affected at all. But the enemy did not think this way, and they would do whatever was in the sea of hell. The three living beings even saw a pile of torture tools flying towards them, wanting to cuff them, but they were slapped away without hesitation. The only things that could trap the three living beings were the endless evil spirits, as well as the pressure produced by the sea of hell itself. Divine technique, spirit-body transmigration. The three living beings' feet erupted with a storm of origin power, pushing out a huge hole in the surrounding sea of blood. The terrifying force distorted and caved in the sea, and an extremely dazzling green light shot into the sky. Break for me. The three living beings used their divine techniques to break through. Just as they finally saw the surface of the sea of hell, a girl in a short skirt suddenly appeared above them. She raised the flower umbrella in her hands and smashed it towards the three living beings' heads. Boom! A majestic and terrifying power descended from the sky, affecting the three living beings' bodies. The boy who wanted to break through was once again mercilessly smashed into the bottom of the sea. The three living beings felt dizzy from being smashed. At this time, the evil spirit rushed over again. The three creatures didn't give up. They gathered their strength and found another opportunity to use divine techniques. Their bodies quickly overcame the underworld sea's restrictions and flew into the sky. But the encounters were always the same. When they were about to escape from the infernal sea, there would always be an umbrella waiting in the sky, waiting for them. Bang! The three creatures were once again smashed into the ocean. I'm so angry. That bitch. No wonder she didn't make a move earlier. She wanted to use all her power to stop us from escaping the abyssal sea. No, we cannot admit defeat. The three creatures did not give up and tried to break through again. However, no matter how many times they tried, the three spirits were mercilessly shot down by the flower goddess. The flower goddess was like a girl who was using a flower umbrella as a club to hit a mole. Wherever the three creatures appeared, she would hit them. Blisters quickly appeared on the three creatures' heads. They were in indescribable pain. The flower goddess smiled flirtatiously. She held the umbrella with one hand and covered her mouth with the other. Isn't it great to bathe in the sea? Why do you have to come out? The three creatures were seething with anger. Today, I will destroy that woman's umbrella. Me too. Me too. The three heads all expressed their opinions. The flower goddess smiled but did not say anything. Her face was full of disdain, since the flower umbrella had been discovered to be her origin. Holding it in her hand was the safest method. Not only could it increase her attack power, but it could also protect her from a short distance. The flower goddess did not think that the other party had the ability to do anything to her umbrella. Then what move should we use? I don't think that's a good move. That move will hurt our origin. What are you afraid of? This is such an important battle. Even if we hurt our origin, it will be worth it. Otherwise, if we die, our origin will be useless. 2-1. Use it. The three of them immediately came to an agreement. At this moment, a large number of evil spirits were still pouncing at them. The protective origin energy around the three creatures began to shrink at this moment. Can't hold it anymore? The flower goddess squinted her eyes. However, in the next moment, Her expression turned extremely ugly. The three creatures' bodies were slowly shrinking, but the energy in their spirit bodies was increasing rapidly. The more it was compressed, the more terrifying the spiritual energy was. The ocean of blood was trembling. The origin energy had disappeared. However, the dark green spiritual energy field could crush all the evil spirits that pounced at it. Ultimate divine art, 100% spiritual energy. The three creatures spread their arms. Boom! A terrifying spherical spiritual energy field spread out and crushed all the evil spirits within 1,000 miles. An unprecedented power tore through the ocean of hell and shot into the sky. The eyes of the three creatures turned into dazzling eyes that were as bright as the sun. Their bodies were covered in a layer of strange green origin energy armor. He turned to look at the flower goddess in the sky. At this moment, the flower goddess felt an endless sense of danger. I want to see how you are going to hit me. The spiritual energy field flashed. Slash! The three creatures tore through the ocean and shot into the sky. An unprecedented gap appeared in the ocean of blood. All the evil spirits and demons that got close to him were torn into pieces by the spiritual energy field. The flower goddess held the 100-flower umbrella in her hand. Her aura also reached its peak as she struck toward the boy with the terrifying aura. This gopher was extremely ferocious. The flower goddess was extremely powerful. The 100-flower umbrella tore through the spiritual energy field of the three creatures and smashed toward the boy's head. Got it. At this critical moment, the bodies of the three creatures leaned back slightly. However, the flower goddess knew that even if the umbrella did not hit the boy's head, it would still hit the boy's body. The effect would be the same. The boy would be smashed into the abyss again. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion occurred. Countless flying petals, mixed with spiritual energy, scattered. The flower goddess saw that when her umbrella hit the three creatures' bodies, the green origin energy armor blocked her attack. Only a few cracks appeared on the surface. The boy in front of her absorbed the rest of the impact. The boy grinned. At this moment, his hands had already grasped the exquisite flower umbrella tightly. At this moment, the flower goddess understood. This game of whack-a-mole. If the gopher was angered, the gopher would rush out and bite people. The flower goddess was shocked to find that the umbrella that she thought was the toughest had been invaded by the terrifying spiritual energy. Then the boy's hand stabbed into it. Slash! The flower goddess looked on in shock. The 100-flower umbrella was torn in half by the three creatures. Chapter 2302. Flower goddess maiden's body trembled, and blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. Different parts of her body were also split open. The 100-flower umbrella was torn in half. The three living beings didn't stop and continued to tear it apart. Rip, rip, rip. The 100-flower umbrella was mercilessly torn apart. The umbrella paper cracked, and the umbrella's bones broke. No! Flower goddess maiden roared hysterically, and dark red, godly light burst out from her body. She gripped the handle of the umbrella tightly and tried to pull it away. However, the three living beings wouldn't let her. They turned into three creatures with 3 heads and 6 arms in the blink of an eye. They held the umbrella with both hands and wrestled with flower goddess maiden while their 4 hands continued to tear. Dark green and dark red energies collided and strangled each other in the sky, erupting into extremely terrifying energy tides. One could imagine how earth-shattering the battle between the 2 sides was. The 3 living beings used their full power and were able to suppress flower goddess maiden. No matter how flower goddess maiden struggled, she could only watch as the 100-flower umbrella was torn apart in front of her. She was like a peerless flower that kept withering, and she couldn't do anything. A giant hand formed by the blood sea grabbed toward the 3 living beings, wanting to pull them into the sea. However, it was easy to go into the sea, but it would be difficult to get others to go into the sea after going ashore. Before the blood hand could grab the three living beings, it was shattered by their protective spirit energy field. It couldn't hurt the three living beings at all, because the 100-flower umbrella was torn apart. Flower goddess Maiden bled from all 7 orifices. Her delicate makeup was also covered in blood, and she looked extremely ferocious and pitiful. She screamed, "Ah!" She used all her strength and tried to pull out the umbrella's trunk. However, the 3 living beings also held onto the umbrella's trunk with their 6 arms. Their spirit-body origin power rose to the peak and went deep into the umbrella. Then, they suddenly unleashed a power that surpassed their limit. The umbrella's trunk was bent at an unimaginably terrifying angle. "Kacha!" There was a hissing sound of something cracking. Boom! There was an explosive sound. The 100-flower umbrella was snapped in half. Crimson energy suddenly exploded from the broken umbrella. A thick aura of withering swept through the world with the explosion. This energy was too terrifying and too huge. Even with their peak power, the 3 living beings couldn't withstand the explosive energy and flew backward. Flower goddess Maiden shed tears of blood and looked at the 3 living beings with resentment and hatred. She held the umbrella's handle and wanted to attack the 3 living beings one last time. "Die!" she shouted as her body tore through the sky like a red rainbow. The 3 living beings' expressions changed. They wanted to use spells to defend themselves, but Flower Goddess, Maiden of their bodies were not of the same color. She screamed, and then her body fell like a flower's. In the end, before the Flower Goddess could even get close to the 3 living beings, her body completely turned into countless beautiful flower petals. "He's finally dead." The 3 creatures looked at the broken umbrella handle in their hands. It also turned into flying petals and fell down. It even withered in midair and then was annihilated. Just like the Flower Goddess Maiden, one of the wings on Di Wu's back suddenly burst into flames. At the same time, one of the wings on Di Wu's back, which was being pursued by Lin and Tina, suddenly burst into flames. The 3 paramount beings were struck by a bone-chilling pain. "Ah, it hurts. It hurts." The heavenly sea god grimaced. Di Wu's body was drenched in cold sweat. "Crap! One of the 10 ancient beings has fallen. Heavenly life goddess, can you revive her?" The heavenly life goddess gritted her teeth, as if she was also enduring some kind of unimaginable pain. "I can't. This is a permanent loss of her heavenly essence. I can't revive her." Di Wu was extremely exhausted. He was already in a perilous situation, and he was on the brink of being cut off by Lin and Tina at any moment. Now his backyard was on fire and he had lost a wing. How was he going to escape? At this moment, in the sky above, a peerlessly sharp spear projection pierced through the air for over 1,500 kilometers. The massive sky cloud bird was sliced in half by the pure white spear projection, and its blood rained down upon the earth. The bird's anguished wail reverberated throughout heaven and earth with extreme grief. Not only did black stone puncture all of the tumors on the sky cloud bird's body, but he also delivered a lethal blow. The sky cloud bird's gargantuan body began to disintegrate into countless feathers. Black stone wielded his spear, and his essential power revolved around his entire body as he stood in the air in a majestic manner. He turned toward the sky crocodile with his crimson eyes, and the sky crocodile shuddered involuntarily, not daring to move. At this moment, one of Di Wu's wings burst into flames again. The perfect heavenly human howled with anguish as Lin and Tina's attacks fell upon him. The Earth Kirin and Greenwood Dragon unleashed their sealing techniques at the same time to restrict the heavenly human's movements. Meanwhile, the flame Vermilion Bird, Dark Water Turtle, and Metal Tiger unleashed their terrifying attacks. The 3 paramount heavenly gods' faces turned deathly pale again. At this moment, the battle between the Flowing Gold tribe and the heavenly human tribe had also reached its climax. The clash between Wu Yin and Flowing Gold Tribe's fists was earth-shattering. The terrifying heavenly energy and red ink source energy collided and exploded, causing the surrounding void to explode continuously. It was as if balls of red and white destructive energy halos were spreading out, destroying the heaven and earth within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, as if it was the end of the world. Every time, Wu Yin would be blasted back by the Flowing Gold. Flowing Gold's ferocious and violent fists unleashed the unique characteristics of the true demon tribe, and Wu Yin felt as if his bones and tendons were about to shatter. If it weren't for the Sword Maiden and Lin's assistance, Wu Yin would have been defeated a long time ago. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few more lethal sword projections hurtled toward him. The Sword Maiden wielded a 3-foot-long azure sword, and her sword techniques reverted to their original state, reaching the paramount heavenly Tao of sword intent. Each of her sword strikes wasn't very powerful, but the peerless Flowing Gold didn't dare to use his physical body to defend himself. He could only use his extremely nimble movement techniques to evade her attacks. It wasn't that Flowing Gold hadn't thought about using his physical body to defend himself, but if he didn't use a top-tier spell technique, his defenses would definitely be broken by the Sword Maiden. In the best-case scenario, his body would be sliced in half, while in the worst-case scenario, his body would be sliced in half. He evaded the Sword Maiden's sword strikes by a hair's breadth before sending Wu Yin flying with a punch. Lin unleashed a series of heavenly strings that had been prepared in advance, which entangled his arms. A familiar scene appeared again. The three of them combined their powers and managed to force an opening into Flowing Gold. Law, who possessed golden eyes, appeared before Flowing Gold. A massive white formation appeared in his hand, and he pressed it toward Flowing Gold's heart. This time, I won't let you resurrect. I'm going to kill you. Paramount Deva Technique, Heaven Annihilating Palm. Chapter 2303. Luo's palm landed solidly on Flowing Gold's heart. A pure white formation instantly fused into Flowing Gold's body, upon which clear formation veined patterns appeared on his body. Furthermore, the veined patterns began to spread toward Flowing Gold's most fundamental Tao. Ultimate Deva Technique. Heaven Punishing Palm was the trump card that Luo had prepared for Flowing Gold. It could use Flowing Gold's body to find Flowing Gold's place of creation, then destroy the essential world created by Flowing Gold in one fell swoop. That way, Flowing Gold would also be completely destroyed. As for a perfect heavenly being like this, it didn't seem realistic at all. He was clearly on the side of the heavens, so why did he have to use the Heaven Punishing Palm? However, this was actually quite understandable. Luo was a perfect heavenly being born from the Tai, Chu continent's heavenly Tao. He was loyal to the heavens of the Tai, Chu continent, and the heavens of other worlds and small worlds had nothing to do with him. Due to his identity, he could even look down upon the other heavenly Taos. As long as he could withstand the backlash from the other heavenly Taos, then he would be able to destroy them. Would Luo be able to withstand the backlash from the other heavenly Taos? Normal divine, heaven stage, heavenly humans, and heavenly gods might not be able to, but Luo was a heavenly being above the heavenly gods. He was confident that he could destroy a god of creation from another world. He wasn't a god of creation from the Tai Chu continent. He was only a god of creation from a lower-tier world. So how powerful could his heavenly Tao be? There was nothing to be wary of. At this moment, Flowing Gold had already sensed an extremely grave threat. This was a threat that was even more terrifying than if his body were to be obliterated. He began to struggle frantically. A dark red essential power erupted forth, forming a massive pillar of energy that proliferated outward in an attempt to break through Luo's Heaven Punishing Palm. Ultimate Deva Technique. Great Heavenly Essence Sword Seal. The Sword Maiden slashed 9 times toward Flowing Gold with her azure sword, each of which was imbued with a crimson golden sword intent seal. It was as if the sun and moon were engulfing the entire world, quickly sealing away flowing gold's essential power. Ultimate Deva technique, heavenly seizing silk. Lin's slender fingers danced through the air like butterflies. Strands of extremely refined, heavenly silk shot forth from various locations in the air. They didn't entangle the flowing gold origin energy. Instead, they pierced through the flowing gold origin energy and shot into the meridians and acupoints of the flowing gold origin energy, severing all of the nodes through which the flowing gold origin energy circulated. The Swordwoman and Lin both used their strongest sealing techniques at the same time in order to cooperate with Law and give Law time to kill flowing gold in one fell swoop. Strength Tao Barbarian Universe. Wu Yin was in a very bad state after being bullied by flowing gold. He was unable to use his ultimate celestial technique, but he still joined in the fun and released a powerful celestial sealing technique. His two fists collided, and then a huge amount of heaven power formed two giant fist shadows, sandwiching the flowing gold in the middle and restricting its movement. All three celestial beings had unleashed their most powerful control abilities. Flowing gold was only a god of creation, so there was no way he could withstand this sudden burst of power. He had completely lost the ability to resist at this moment. Law's eyes became bright in the next moment. Found it. I finally found your world. A cruel smile appeared on his face, and the spell formation inscriptions in his hands became even more dazzling. He was clearly going to unleash his final attack in a world constructed from a crimson continent. The clear sky was suddenly filled with a pure white light. This light was holy and pure, as if it were the light of hope for all living beings. Countless living beings couldn't help but raise their heads to look up at the white sky. What is this? Could it be that the Divine Lord is going to bless us? One living being after another knelt down with expectant expressions. However, all of the powerful living beings were beginning to feel uneasy. Wait, why haven't I heard of this before? Divine Lord Flowing Gold is so stingy. If he really was going to bless us, he would definitely announce it on a large scale, let alone a blessing that encompasses the entire world. That's right, he would definitely want to inform everyone in advance. Why would he suddenly give us a pleasant surprise? This isn't his style. All of the return to Void Stage mighty figures began to analyze the situation, and the more they analyzed, the more uneasy they became. However, this scene had undoubtedly attracted the attention of almost all living beings in the entire world. Soon, a gargantuan human face appeared at the pinnacle of the heavens, and a mysterious smile appeared on its face as it looked down upon the countless living beings in this world. It was clearly a very handsome and perfect face. However, all of the living beings in the world felt a chill run down their spines at this moment. On the eve of the destruction of this world, all of the living beings in this world would have a premonition that this was going to happen. In that instant, all of them knew that the being that had appeared was their enemy, and it was a being that they had never even imagined before. This is the Flowing Gold origin world. It's very prosperous. There are many returned to Void Stage living beings here. The human face spoke, and its voice traveled to every corner of this world. All of the living beings were struck by an unimaginable sense of might. They were unable to resist or struggle. Even the return to Void Stage mighty figures were struck by a deep sense of powerlessness at this moment. They could only sense that their enemy was in the sky, at the pinnacle of this world, but they were unable to detect their enemy's exact location. They couldn't even detect their enemy's exact location, let alone their enemy. This was the absolute disparity between their cultivation bases. At this moment, the panic-stricken voice erupted throughout the entire world again. Next, on behalf of the Tai Chu continent, I hereby sentence the Flowing Gold origin world. Death sentence. The man's voice fell. An indescribably gargantuan palm appeared in the sky before viciously crashing down toward the sky above the Flowing Gold origin world. Boom! Heaven and earth tremored violently. The extremely terrifying power of the heavens began to shatter the heavens. Countless cracks began to spread in a frenzy like a spider web, instantly encompassing every corner of this world as a terrifying aura of destruction descended. All of the living beings' flesh crawled with fear. They knew that the sky was about to fall. Something that they had thought to be impossible suddenly descended upon them. When disaster struck, they discovered that they couldn't do anything other than look on in horror and horror. Of course, there were also countless powerful beings who rose into the sky to unleash spell techniques toward the massive human face in the sky. However, all of the spell techniques that struck the human face were only able to send clouds and mist flying into the air, which then materialized again. This was a high-level, high-dimensional attack. If they weren't powerful enough, they wouldn't even have a chance to face it head-on. It's over, it's all over. Why? Why? Why are you destroying my world? All of the living beings were filled with rage and indignation. Law merely looked on in silence, and his expression didn't change in the slightest. There was no need for him to care about what these living beings were thinking. He was going to destroy this world. So what did that have to do with the billions of living beings in this world? Chapter 2304. Where did our flowing gold god go? Can he come and save us? That's right. He's the mighty God who created this world. If it's him, he'll definitely be able to save us. In the face of the monstrous face in the sky, all living beings placed their only hope on the flowing gold god. However, what they didn't know was that the flowing gold god had already been completely sealed away by the three primordial celestials. It was unable to use its power to protect this world. Law didn't explain anything to them. He only looked on indifferently. So what if billions of living beings died because of him? However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pity. This was the perspective of a celestial. He wouldn't be affected by some insignificant lives. He only had one thing to do, and that was to destroy the world before him. Soon, pitch-black cracks covered the entire sky. The great Tao of heaven and earth began to tremble violently from the Daluo, heaven punishing palm. Looks like this heavenly Tao is very sturdy. It's going to take a bit of effort. Luo furrowed his brows. The flowing gold god's essential power in the white nectar sea was becoming more and more terrifying, and the three celestial suppression was beginning to loosen. After a moment of hesitation, Law once again expended his essential power and pushed his power to the limit. It's just a mere third-rate great world break. Law roared as his gigantic heavenly palm crashed down viciously toward the sky. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled as the sun and moon changed colors. The cracks in the center suddenly exploded, creating countless chaotic turbulence. Terrifying earthquakes greeted the earth. Volcanoes erupted, tsunamis, hurricanes, and chaotic, destructive power wreaked havoc everywhere. Devastating disasters began to descend all over the world. All living beings wailed and screamed in anguish, wanting to escape, but they found that there was nowhere to run. Every part of the world was being destroyed, so where could they run to? Above the white nectar sea, the flowing gold god spat out large mouthfuls of blood as his body trembled uncontrollably. He could feel his essential power flowing away. Right at this moment, a mighty force from the heavenly Tao also began to appear, crashing into Law's essential power in an attempt to instantly destroy his existence. This was the backlash of the flowing gold origin world's heavenly Tao. It's just the backlash of the heavenly Tao of a third-rate great world. What can it do to me? Law's eyes were sharp. Not only did he not retreat, but he also became even more determined to destroy the flowing gold origin world. A level 3 great world, as its name suggested, was a level 3 great world. The first rank world was the Tai Chu continent, and the gods of creation that were born on the Tai Chu continent created second rank great worlds. Law knew that flowing gold was a creation god born in a level 2 macro world, so the macro world created by flowing gold was naturally a level 3 macro world. The heavenly Tao of each great world differed. The Tai, Chu continent's heavenly Tao was naturally the most powerful, and the backlash from the heavenly Tao was also the most terrifying. Rank 2 great worlds came second. Level 3 great worlds were even worse. Luo probably didn't have the guts to destroy the essential worlds of gods of creation like Nuwa. After all, it was a second-rate great world, and it was backed by the Tai Chu continent's heavenly Tao. If he wasn't careful, he could get himself killed. However, this was a god of creation who had been born from the divine mirror world, a second-rank great world. The third-rank world that they had created would, at most, be backed by the divine mirror world. So how was Luo supposed to be afraid of them? In theory, Law does not panic at all. Die for me! Law continues to exert force. The sound of the explosion rang out, and the backlash of the way of the heavens began to make Law's mouth ooze blood, which also went straight to the source. But Law believes that this kind of backlash will soon disappear, and he can bear it. The backlash continued to erode him. Law's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. What's going on? Why is the backlash still continuing? His source began to be torn apart, and his body was bombarded relentlessly by the heavenly Tao. The excruciating pain and the tearing of his source made his body tremble uncontrollably. Not only did blood ooze from the corners of his mouth, but even his eyes, nose, and ears also began to bleed. Law, are you all right? The Sword Maiden was given a fright upon seeing Law in this state. I'm fine. You guys focus on controlling the flowing gold. Law shook his head, but he felt a rush of dizziness, and his body was beginning to give out. What the hell? Why is the backlash of the flowing gold's heavenly Tao so persistent? Law was a little shocked. However, he also speculated that the divine mirror heavenly Tao behind the flowing gold had also intervened. The divine mirror heavenly Tao? I can handle a second-rank heavenly Tao. There was a determined expression on Law's face, and he continued to smash his Daluo heaven punishing palm toward the flowing gold's heavenly Tao. Boom! In that instant, Law saw a mirror grow larger and larger in front of his eyes. The image on the mirror encompassed everything in the world, including everything about him. Finally, it fell silently into his source and exploded. Law turned from confusion to shock at this moment. It turned out that the divine mirror heavenly Tao hadn't intervened before, but rather that the flowing gold's heavenly Tao had always been this powerful. And now it was time for the divine mirror heavenly Tao to intervene. The terrifying mirror exploded, instantly tearing Law's source to pieces. It was a clean and efficient move, not giving him any chance to struggle or resist. Law's first reaction was to die. He was dead. This time he was really dead. His perfect body was torn apart in an instant on the flowing gold world. The giant celestial head began to scream in pain before disintegrating. The palm that wanted to shatter heaven and earth was also disintegrating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Billions of living beings had thought that they were going to play just a second ago, but in the next second, the terrifying existence had suddenly disintegrated. This left all the living beings of the flowing gold world dumbfounded. What was going on? Could it be that divine Lord Flowing Gold had intervened? On the white jade sea, white blood splattered through the air. Law's body was sliced into countless pieces by the invisible mirror blade. His eyes widened as the formation on Flowing Gold's chest was instantly destroyed, and his arm was also sliced into several pieces. His body being sliced into countless pieces was not a big deal. The most terrifying thing was that his source, the foundation he relied on to survive, had already been torn into even smaller pieces. All of this had occurred when the divine mirror, heavenly Tao, decided to retaliate. In other words, the backlash from the divine mirror world had almost insta-killed him. Law, Master Luo, the Sword Maiden, Wu Yin, and Lin's expressions all shifted drastically. A look of incredulity appeared on Law's face, and he still felt like everything that had just happened was absurd and incomprehensible. No. How? How could this be? How could the backlash from the heavenly Tao of a level 2 world be so terrifying? How is it possible for my origin to be erased in an instant? At this moment, Flowing Gold raised his head with a mocking smile on his face. Do you really think the Divine Mirror World is a level 2 world? Law's expression faltered, and his face paled even further. What do you mean? Flowing Gold chuckled. The Divine Mirror World, is far more mighty than you can imagine. It is inviolable, and anyone who dares to violate its existence will die. You can go to hell with your questions. His voice had only just fallen when a large number of fine cracks appeared on Law's body again. No, I can't die for no reason. I can't die like this. No. Law roared in horror, but his body continued to crack open, and his source was quickly destroyed. In the end, he completely disappeared from this world. Chapter 2305. Wu Yin, Sword Maiden, and Lin all stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. What was going on? Just a moment ago, Luo had been brimming with confidence and determination to destroy Flowing Gold's essential world. How did he suddenly die from the backlash? Was the backlash from the Divine Mirror World really that terrifying? Everything happened too quickly and too suddenly. The three celestial beings didn't know what to do at this moment, and their minds went blank for a short period of time. It was as if the three of them had expended a lot of effort to capture their enemy, only for one of them to stab a knife into the enemy's chest, only to stab himself to death. It felt like a dream. Weren't the four of them trying to kill him together? Did Master Luo really die just like that? Sword Maiden murmured. No, that's impossible. Master Luo is the most powerful among the three of us. How could he die just like that? There's no way he would die. Lin shook her head relentlessly. However, right at this moment, one of Di Wu's wings suddenly burst into flames. The heavenly beings could sense this, and their faces turned deathly pale again. This was an undeniable fact. No matter how they tried to deny it, this was the truth. Flowing Gold had said that it would take on 4 people at once, and the heavenly beings had thought that this was the beginning of a violent battle. In reality, if they had fought honestly, it would indeed have been a violent battle. However, they had made an extremely foolish decision. They had forcefully killed Luo, who was the most powerful among them, 4 against 1, and they even gave away 1 for free. How could they justify this? At this moment, Tina, who was chasing after Di Wu, suddenly had a slight change in her expression. She slowed down in an instant, and Lin could sense the change in Tina's expression. What is it, little Na? I'm fine. Tina shook her head with a smile. Someone tried to invade my Divine Mirror World, and I beat them back. Oh, and Lin nodded, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face as he looked at Di Wu. At this moment, somewhere in the white nectar sea, we have to avenge Master Luo, Lin said through gritted teeth as she wrapped the heavenly strings around the Flowing Gold. How? Are we going to try to destroy Flowing Gold's heavenly Tao? Sword Maiden's brows furrowed slightly as she recalled Luo's tragic fate. Of course not. Lin let out a clear grunt and exerted force with all 10 of her fingers. A series of terrifyingly tough threads cut into the Flowing Gold's flesh. As the man screamed in agony, Lin used all her strength to pull her fingers inward, and the heavenly threads instantly shredded Flowing Gold's body into countless pieces. Fresh blood splattered. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. This scene was as tragic as when Luo died. Flowing Gold's essence of the heavenly Tao has already been severely wounded. If we attack his body on the Tai Chu continent multiple times, we'll have a chance to kill him, Lin suggested with a serious expression. The sword lady felt that it made sense. With a twirl of the blade in her hand, the great heavenly Genesis sword seal that had fused with Flowing Gold's body was completely unleashed. transforming into scarlet gold sword chi that pulverized flowing gold's body into particles. Humph! Wu Yin punched towards the sky, scattering the ink-red Genesis chi that flowing gold had released in the air. The aura of flowing gold began to disappear. Did you succeed? The sword lady looked around with her sword in hand. Lin stood in the air, and her hands danced through the air like clouds and mist. Pure white threads intertwined and fused with heaven and earth to unleash their greatest senses before turning toward a certain spot in the air. A speck of ink-red Genesis chi suddenly appeared. Immediately afterward, like a rapidly proliferating cell, the speck of ink-red blood began to appear. Then its aura surged explosively. The blood speck exploded, and flowing gold's completely unscathed body appeared in the air. The sword lady's expression was as cold as ice. A god of creation stage, true demon, tribe, cultivator sure, is troublesome. Wu Yin also felt a headache coming on. This level of resurrection is even more ridiculous than the blood tribe cultivators who can be reborn from a single drop of blood. Does he really not die as long as the world is destroyed? Lin interlaced her fingers, and the threads of heaven and earth faintly surrounded flowing gold. Her eyes were sharp as she said softly, Master Luo has already established a connection between flowing gold and the world he created. If we kill flowing gold now, we will be able to severely injure his heavenly Tao. The heavenly beings all understood what she meant upon hearing this. They turned their eyes toward flowing gold and found that although his physical body was not injured, both his god of creation stage aura and the power of Tao were significantly weaker than before. It was clear that he had been severely injured. At this moment, whether it was Lin, the sword lady, or Wu Yin, all of their gazes became terrifying, and their auras surged like the sea. Flowing Gold, who had successfully killed Luo, was just about to mock them when he discovered that the power of the heavenly Tao was too much for him to handle. Clearly, the desolate ancient heavenly beings wanted to use Flowing Gold's blood to wash away the humiliation they had experienced. Flowing Gold no longer cared about mocking them. He raised his head and shouted without hesitation, "Are you ready? If you don't make a move now, I won't be able to hold on for much longer." Dong! A dull sound came from the sky. It broke the tense atmosphere on the battlefield. The three heavenly beings all looked up into the sky. There was a round stone there, a stone that had no sense of existence and had miraculously been ignored by them for a long time. For some reason, the heavenly beings were used to ignoring it, treating it as if it had no life or aura, as if it was just an ordinary stone on the side of the road. However, it was only on that day that everyone noticed it. It was already too late. The ordinary-looking stone had been transformed into a world stone with the sun, moon, and stars within it. On the surface of the stone was the scene of a world. There were mountains, rivers, birds, beasts, insects, fish, and the rise of thousands of races. Everything could be seen there, and one would be deeply immersed in it. It was as if their consciousness would be drawn into that world. Even though the Sword Lady, Lin, and Wu Yin possessed extremely strong willpower, they could not help but be dazed for a moment. "This stone seems to be different," Wu Yin said in a daze. "Be more confident. Please get rid of the seams." The Sword Lady's expression darkened. Only now did she discover another enemy. What did this mean? What had the enemy done during that long period of time? Lin crossed her 10 fingers, and countless murderous heaven threads suddenly appeared from all sides of the stone. With extreme sharpness and tenacity, they shot toward the stone in the middle. Her decisiveness was even greater than that of the Sword Lady. Before her companions could react, she had already made the first move. However, the heaven threads, which could tear apart the protective wall of Flowing Gold's Genesis, chi, and powerful physical body, produced a screeching sound when they collided with the stone. Only a faint dent appeared on the world stone. In the next moment, a burst of energy from an unknown source erupted from the inside of the stone and tore apart all the heavenly threads wrapping around it. Rumble! A deafening roar sounded. The stone fell toward them. Chapter 2306. It's falling down. Get out of the way. Lin and the Sword Maiden were both startled as they dodged to the side. Dodge my ass, I'm going to smash it. Wu Yin's arms bulged as he threw a punch at the strange falling rock. Boom! The earth-shattering fist energy exploded. The momentum of Wu Yin's fist seemed to have collided with an unimaginably hard object. Not only did it not shatter the stone, the force of the recoil even cracked the bones in his hand. Wu Yin's confidence was completely shattered at this moment. Not only did this rock look like a world, but it also felt like an entire world was crashing down on it. Aha! A strange crushing force traveled through Wu Yin's fist and spread throughout his entire body, making him feel like he was being crushed by an entire world at every moment, and his body felt like it was about to collapse. Let's go help him. Lin yelled as billions of heavenly threads shot out from the void, forming a net to stop the rock from falling. The Sword Maiden also condensed her 3-foot-long azure sword into a massive sword over 30,000 feet in length, which she slammed toward the falling rock. Boundless sword chi surged forth like an ocean. Boom, boom, boom. The combined attacks of the two primordial heavenly gods caused the rock to tremble, but it still stubbornly continued crashing down, causing Wu Yin's arms to bend and twist. Ah, ow, ow. Wu Yin wailed in pain. Hold on. Lin gritted her teeth as the heavenly threads, wrapped around her fingers, frantically pulled on the rock. Her slender, snow-white fingers felt like they were about to snap under the pressure of the threads. The Sword Maiden's massive sword slammed down with all of her strength as well. In the end, the 3 primordial heavenly beings combined their strength to force the world rock to a stop. Under the rock, Wu Yin's entire body was covered in blood. His powerful arms were twisted and deformed by the weight of the rock, and his muscles trembled uncontrollably as if he was on the brink of death. The Sword Maiden and Lin's faces were also pale. It was clear that they had expended a lot of energy to force the rock to a stop. If it wasn't for their help, Wu Yin might have ended up being smashed to death by this attack. Phew! We finally made it. A smile finally appeared on Wu Yin's face after surviving the ordeal. Made it? Can you really withstand it? Flowing Gold's mocking voice came from afar. The 3 primordial celestial beings were stunned. At this moment, they saw in despair that the world stone had taken the initiative to distance itself. No, it can't be, Wu Yin said with a trembling voice. Again, the sword lady's scalp went numb. At this moment, the world stone had already begun to accumulate its aura. Lin materialized an extremely powerful heavenly thread in her hand, making it resemble an extremely sharp needle as she stabbed it viciously into the rock. With such a huge body, a single point of defense shouldn't be too strong. Chi. The heavenly silk really relied on its extremely strong penetrative power to pierce into the boulder. However, before Lin could rejoice, she discovered that after her heaven thread pierced into the boulder, it was quickly digested and absorbed by the boulder like nutrients. How is this possible? Lin was dumbfounded. At this moment, the world stone, which had already accumulated its momentum, crashed toward them again. It was as if a world was crushing them mercilessly. Well done, MOU. Flowing Gold was completely reassured upon seeing this, and he began to recover from his injuries. His essence of the heavenly Tao had been severely damaged, so he didn't actually have much combat prowess left. He could crush Tao integration stage super mighty figures. But against one of the 10 primordial celestial beings, he would be crushed even if he had to fight one-on-one, let alone 4. As such, he decided to stop and watch the show. After preparing for so long, MOU had turned this battlefield into its home turf. Sure enough, MOU's second attack was still aimed at Wu Yin. Wu Yin didn't dare to face it head-on, and he immediately fled. He felt like such a huge rock would definitely be very slow, and he would be able to perfectly evade its attack with his extraordinary movement techniques. However, what he didn't expect was, as the rock hurtled toward him, the space around it suddenly became over 100 million times denser. The laws around it also changed, and the laws that prevented him from moving quickly transformed into countless restrictions that bound Wu Yin tightly. Impossible. How could it change the laws of the Tai Chu continent? Lin was in the middle of evading, and she was astonished to find that she was also bound by countless laws. The sword maiden wore a grave expression. It didn't change the laws, it used the laws of its own world to forcefully interfere with the laws of this space. Lin was even more astonished to hear this. It could do that? At this moment, Wu Yin's blood-curdling screams sounded again. He was once again slammed into by MOU. Wu Yin was very fast, but the surrounding environment was restricting him, so he couldn't run at all. However, the speed of the rock didn't change at all. Everything was sealed, and only the World Stone was in constant operation. Thus, Wu Yin was in a tragic situation. Even though he had unleashed the boundless power of the heavens at the critical moment, and his hands were still bracing against the oncoming rock in an attempt to resist the other party's attack. However, MOU had brought an entire world crashing down upon him. That powerful crushing power could instantly crush a huge planet. An essential power that was completely integrated into the impact of the rock could inflict the most profound blow to the enemy's essence. Wu Yin looked very strong. At this moment, he felt death approaching. His body began to crumble. His essence began to be crushed. Lin and the Sword Maiden knew that they couldn't let Wu Yin die, so they desperately blocked MOU's attack and even forcefully used the ultimate celestial technique again. However, this time was not the same as the last time. MOU was more powerful and more determined, even though its body had been pierced by countless extremely sharp heaven threads. Even though the surface of its body had been torn apart by the Sword Lady's supreme, killing sword slash, it still pressed forward, grabbing onto Wu Yin to fight back. In the end, Wu Yin let out a roar filled with unwillingness. The rock completely crushed Wu Yin's body and absorbed it. Lin and the Sword Maiden didn't expect that Wu Yin wouldn't even be able to withstand MOU's second attack and would die just like that. They were celestials above the heavenly god realm. So how did they become so weak? It was clearly 1 against 3, but MOU had the absolute advantage and killed one of the desolate ancient celestials. This was the difference in strength. After MOU crushed Wu Yin, it didn't say a word. Instead, it silently gathered its aura on Lin and the Sword Maiden, causing the 2 celestials to feel extremely pressured. Another wing of Diwu, who was flying and escaping, burned. The original 10-winged celestial was now only left with 6 wings. The worst thing was that as the number of wings decreased, his speed of escape also decreased, and the number of times he was abused increased rapidly. Each attack made him physically and mentally exhausted, and he could barely run anymore. Chapter 2307. Roar! The sea python roared and opened its mouth like a black hole. Its teeth glowed with a crimson divine light as it pounced toward the mermaid on the surface of the sea. Tiany's sparkling and translucent lips slightly opened and spat out a colorful bubble. The bubble expanded rapidly, and the sea python's mouth was about to bite down on Tiany. However, the colorful bubble, which had expanded to thousands of feet in size, blocked its mouth. It was as if a primordial sea python had leaped out of the sea with a colorful ball in its mouth, setting off huge waves and stunning the world. This scene should have been very beautiful. Unfortunately, this colorful bubble ball was still expanding crazily. The sea python's teeth, which could tear apart a god of creation, were unable to bite through this bubble. This bubble was probably the hardest bubble in the world. The bubble expanded rapidly under the sea python's horrified gaze, and the sea python's mouth became bigger and bigger. The sea python was on the verge of tears, but it couldn't spit it out and couldn't bite through it. Furthermore, it was still expanding. What kind of despair was this? Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. The Sea King, who was wielding his golden pitchforks, stepped on the waves and wanted to use his golden pitchforks to puncture the bubble in the sea python's mouth. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. It was clear that puncturing bubbles gave him an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. But before he could do anything, a beautiful mermaid had already leaped out of the bubble, and her light pink fishtail swatted toward him mercilessly. The Sea King roared and stabbed his pitchforks toward the mermaid's fishtail. He was going to spear fish. Bam! A terrifying shock wave traveled toward him. The Ocean King was shocked to find that the transparent scales on Tiani's tail were even harder than divine weapons. When the golden trident pierced the fishtail, it exploded with a blinding light and was unable to pierce through the scales at all. Immediately afterward, the Sea King was sent flying by the terrifying power of the fishtail. How many times had he been sent flying? He couldn't remember clearly anymore. At the same time that it was sent flying, the sea python finally couldn't hold on any longer. Its terrifying, abyss-like mouth was cracked open by the beautiful bubble. The sea python's blood-curdling cries echoed. Blood gushed out and dyed the white jade sea red. It was so frightened that it quickly dove into the bottom of the sea and fled frantically, seizing the opportunity to recover from its injuries. How many times had it failed to swallow the Heaven Reliance? The sea python could no longer remember. In any case, it was a cycle of failure, repeated defeat after defeat. The Sea King and the sea python were both injured and forced to retreat. Tiani did not choose to pursue an attack, but instead stood there quietly like a beautiful girl who had nothing to do with the world. The huge, colorful bubble slowly floated down. Her misty eyes became slightly clearer as she stretched out her snow-white finger and lightly tapped the air. Bam! The colorful bubble, which was so hard that it could burst the mouth of the sea python, turned into countless tiny bubbles and dispersed like ordinary bubbles. Under the illumination of the sun, a beautiful, ring-shaped rainbow appeared. Tiani stood in front of the rainbow and stared blankly. She seemed to be moved by the rainbow's beauty and smiled happily. The Sea King and the Sea Serpent were infuriated when they saw this. Was Tiani really fighting? Why did it feel like she was chasing away two mosquitoes before continuing to play with herself? The two powerful ancient beings felt like they had been insulted. They were proud beings, and they roared with rage as they continued to pounce toward Tiani. When the 10 primordial ancients appeared, their might was monstrous, and their extravagance was unimaginable. However, when the 5 God of creation unleashed their true power, the 10 ancient beings finally realized who the true gods of this world were. Within the mountains, outside the White Jade Sea, Patriarch Zhu-Yin was astonished. Tsk, how terrifying. I thought they were only new God of creation. How did they become so powerful? Even the Spirit Patriarch wouldn't be able to defeat the 3 living beings at their full power, right? In terms of spirit body combat, he might even be the most powerful being I've ever seen. Blackstone spear techniques are also the most powerful spear techniques I've ever seen. Flowing Gold's regenerative abilities are even more powerful than Cyril's among the true demon tribe. Also, that MOU is able to transfer his source world to this world in this way. I have to say, it really broadened my horizons and left me gasping in admiration. As for Tiani, she's still hiding her true power. None of the 5 God of creation are weaklings. Patriarch Zhu-Yin was astonished after witnessing the power of the divine mirror world. At the same time, he was also quite perplexed. This divine mirror world was far too strange. How could it be so bad? Xiaoru, are you really not going to attack? The young woman asked. Haha, I told you, now is not the time to attack. Besides, and Lin and the others are about to win. Ding Xiaoru chortled with glee. At this moment, Di Wu had already reached the shore of the White Jade Sea. The Xianshui turtle descended from the sky and rammed its turtle shell into Di Wu again. The earth also caved in from the impact of the Xianshui turtle's attack. Di Wu's internal organs had all been destroyed by that attack. He had just managed to knock the Xian turtle flying with a single punch. The vibrantly metal tiger had already transformed into a streak of golden light that instantly sliced off one of Diwu's arms with its claws. Countless divine vines from the green wood dragon converged on Diwu from all directions. The earth Kirin appeared beneath Diwu's feet. The flaming vermilion bird's abdomen expanded, and its mouth opened as a terrifying flame power accumulated within. A fairy waved the divine mirror world sword, and a cold light flashed. No, I really can't take it anymore. Diwu saw the attacks coming from all directions and felt the injuries in his body. He realized that he was at the end of the road. This was a slow, slow death. No matter what mystic techniques he used, he was unable to break free from Enlin and Tina. He had tried everything he could think of. Nothing worked. He had thought that he would be able to use his boundless power of the heavens to fight a battle of attrition. However, Enlin and Tina's attacks were far more powerful than his rate of recovery, and his condition was deteriorating further and further. Life. What should we do? The heavenly heaven god asked. It felt like the pain it had endured today was more excruciating than any pain it had ever experienced. It had been killed at least 100 times and abused at least 1,000 times. The heavenly life god's exquisitely beautiful features were a little dazed. The paramount heavenly god was still replenishing Diwu's life force energy, and it only reacted after being asked this question. Just hang in there, the heavenly life god replied instinctively. The heavenly sea god couldn't take it anymore. Stop dreaming. We can't hold on any longer. If things continue like this, we're all going to die here. Then what can we do? The heavenly life god's face furrowed in dejection. The heavenly sea god took a deep breath. Use it. Use the true form of Tao. Chapter 2308. The expressions of the other two paramount heavenly gods stiffened upon hearing the heavenly sea god's words. Tao, true manifestation, was a buff spell technique that a paramount heavenly god could only use once. The heavenly sea god and the heavenly heaven god had already used their Tao, true manifestations, so the heavenly life god's Tao, true manifestation, was the only one left. But were they really going to use it now? If they used it now, then they would lose the chance to dominate the rest of the battlefield. Would they be able to accept this outcome? Heavenly heaven. The heavenly life god turned toward the heavenly heaven god. At this moment, the earth Kirin's gravitational field had already begun to completely suppress Diwu. The greenwood dragon's divine light green vines coiled over, and Diwu desperately swung the realm blade to slash at the vines. However, the endless green vines still found an opening in the blade gleam and shot over, wrapping around the celestial's limbs. Let's do it! The heavenly heaven god paused momentarily before speaking. The heavenly life god pursed her lips, and her conflicted expression gradually cleared up. A green divine halo appeared above her head, which became brighter and brighter until the entire sky was illuminated by a green divine light. The divine light of life around her was like a blade that sliced through the green dragon vines. The flaming vermilion bird's breath descended from the sky, and a pure and terrifying crimson holy flame imbued with the power of the new 5 elements, as well as heaven-crushing true intent, descended from the heavens. Diwu had almost been burned to death by this attack in the past. However, at this moment, a pure green divine light enshrouded his body and kept the monstrous flames at bay. The crimson holy flame exploded, burning a massive crater into the ground within a radius of over 500 kilometers. However, Diwu was completely unscathed by the green wall of light around him. Roar! A tiger's roar shook the heavens. The vibrating metal tiger shot toward Diwu. Its sharp claws were like scimitars that slashed at the green protective wall. It contained a shocking battle intent that could cut through everything. Bam! The extremely sharp golden claws struck the wall of divine light, and the wall caved in like jelly. Di Wu looked at the vibrating metal tiger with a mocking expression. He waved a hand, and a crimson blade appeared, which landed on the vibrating metal tiger's head. The sharpness of the scarlet blade was extremely terrifying. It actually managed to cut open the vibranium tiger's incomparably hard head. An extreme death will float along the scarlet blade and spread throughout the vibranium tiger's head. Aho, aho, aho. The vibranium tiger was in so much pain that it rolled on the ground. Its head, which was made of vibranium, actually became dull at a speed visible to the naked eye. It even began to rust and corrode. Is this my ultimate power? Di Wu did not look at the rolling, vibrating metal tiger. Instead, he looked at the green divine halo around his heart with an infatuated expression. He turned to look at Enlin and Tina, and then raised his head proudly. His previous disheveled appearance had been completely wiped away, and he had regained his peerless confidence. Now, it's time to show you what a true deva is like. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Oh, blarg! He actually began to vomit large mouthfuls of blood, and Lin blinked. Is this the real celestial being? Do I look like that? Di Wu was enraged and raised his head. Blarg! Blood began to spurt out. Not only that, but his skin also began to crack. Tina was startled by the bloody scene before her. What's going on? Weren't you going to use your trump card? Why is he vomiting? Not only is he vomiting, but he's also melted. And Lin said expressionlessly. Di Wu, who had only been handsome for 3 seconds, was now slowly melting like milk. No. Only now did Di Wu truly feel death. The white milky liquid suddenly exploded. Di Wu's life force began to dissipate, and Lin and Tina were both startled. Could it be that the enemy had used their trump card to blow him up? Right at this moment, an extremely beautiful woman suddenly appeared from the white energy. Her flowery dress fluttered in the wind, and her figure was lithe and graceful. Her features were as beautiful as the autumn moon in the sky, and her orange red eyes were as beautiful as the sunset. This was the appearance of the goddess of life. The only difference was that the heads of the ocean and the sky had appeared on her shoulders, and 3 pairs of white, celestial being wings had appeared on her back. The goddess of life looked at the 2 heads on her shoulders with disdain. It's all your fault. If it weren't for the fact that you don't have the true form of Tao, the formation wouldn't have lost its balance, and I, who is the most powerful, wouldn't have become the main body of the formation. Her words were filled with indignation and resentment. However, the aura that she was currently releasing was extremely terrifying. The entire sky had already been imbued with a boundless green divine light of life. The ground that had been ravaged by the battle was now covered in lush grass and flowers, creating a vibrant scene of life and vitality. This was all a result of the aura that the heavenly life goddess had inadvertently released. She had unleashed her true form of Tao, but it wasn't as earth-shattering as the paramount heavenly gods from before. Her true form of Tao was her original form, and no one knew whether this was due to the 3 true heavenly reincarnation formation or whether this was her original form. Even though the heavenly life goddess appearance hadn't changed, her aura was extremely powerful, and it was suffocatingly powerful. The Xianshui turtle descended from the sky toward the goddess of life. The goddess of life's body was as light and graceful as the wind, and she appeared right above the Xianshui turtle before crashing down with her pristine white palm. Boom! Terrifying green energy exploded from her palm before crashing into the Xianshui turtle's back. Countless cracks began to appear on the Xianshui turtle's extremely sturdy shell, and it caved in deeply. One had to realize that Di Wu had struck the turtle countless times in the past, but he was only able to send it flying without being able to wound it. But now, a casual strike from the life goddess had heavily wounded the 5 spirits with the strongest defense and shattered the shell of the Xianshui turtle. Boom! The Xianshui turtle was slammed into the ground like a dead fish. Beside it was the vibrating metal tiger, and most of its body had already been decayed. And Lin knew that his opponent was not to be trifled with. This was even more powerful than the heavenly sea god and the heavenly heaven god unleashing their true forms of Tao at the same time. Was this the power of the three true heavenly reincarnation formation and the one true heavenly reincarnation flower? Thankfully, the immeasurable flower had been severely wounded, and the heavenly sea god and the heavenly heaven god had already unleashed their true forms of Tao. Otherwise, who knew how powerful this perfect three true heavenly reincarnation formation would be, green ripples appeared around the goddess of life's body, as if it were a special life force field that was constantly proliferating into the surroundings. She turned toward Enlin with a mesmerizing smile. "Enlin, you force me to use my true form of Tao. Now, it's my turn to force you to use your trump card. I'm going to take your life." Chapter 2309. You're going to take my life force? And Lin faltered momentarily before a look of enlightenment appeared on his face. You want to force me to use my trump card? Do you have what it takes? He knew that the heavenly life goddess was already aware that he still had one last chance to self-detonate. However, he would have to pay with his life for this opportunity. The heavenly life goddess was clearly trying to force him to use his trump card. You'll know once you try. The life goddess reached into her long, dark green hair and took out a jade hairpin that was emitting colorful divine light. At this moment, the greenwood dragon had already conjured up a vast number of vines that swept toward the heavenly life goddess. The heavenly life goddess looked up at the vines with a faint smile. You think you have the right to use your life force power against me? She gripped the air. The life force field within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers tremored violently. The vines began to wilt and decay before they even got close to the heavenly life goddess. The greenwood dragon that was circling in the sky let out a miserable howl as its dark green dragon body strangely turned yellow and black. In the end, it fell to the ground. Its bright eyes became lifeless as if it had been crippled. The woman turned to look at Enlin and slowly extended a slender hand. She spread open her fingers and pointed her palm toward Enlin as she spoke in a clear voice. You can live or die with a single thought. This is the true ruler of life. She suddenly clenched her hand as she spoke, and Lin felt boundless life force energy enshrouding his entire body as a life force field within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers took effect on his body at once. Thump! And Lin's heart thumped violently, and he began to die. His life came to an end at this moment. All of his life force energy was forcibly drawn toward the heavenly life goddess. This life force extraction technique instantly pierced through Lin's divine body defenses and reached his life essence. And Lin instinctively used darkness to engulf the heavenly life goddess power. However, to his astonishment, the heavenly life goddess power was imbued with the power of the perfect heavenly being, thereby nullifying all of his heavenly darkness powers. And Lin was shocked. He didn't think that the heavenly life goddess attack would be so unpredictable, giving him no chance to react or defend himself. Vermilion bird, Kirin, go. The flaming vermilion bird let out a piercing screech before plummeting from the sky. The Kirin leaped up from the ground, and its entire body radiated with purplish-golden divine light. Countless layers of gravitational fields were applied to the life goddess in a frenzy, causing her to falter slightly. At this moment, the vermilion bird's fiery attack began to descend. 5 elements heaven-shattering. Vermilion bird chaotic flames. This time, the vermilion bird's body had been forced to crash into the ground, and it was far more powerful than the chaotic flames it had released before. Just the heat radiating from its descent was enough to melt the earth within a radius of 5,000 kilometers into a boundless sea of lava. The life goddess slightly frowned. You've ruined my flowers and grass again. She held the colorful jade hairpin in her hand and flicked her finger. The jade hairpin shot up into the sky like a rainbow thread and accurately pierced through the head of the flaming vermilion bird. The vermilion bird, which had a body of flames to begin with, felt as if its head had exploded. Its body leaned back, and even its monstrous, furious aura stagnated. Fire is a crystal of energy. It is born in full bloom, but it also dies when it is extinguished. A dainty smile appeared on the life goddess' face as she looked at the colorful jade hairpin that had fallen back into her hand. "And you'll have to listen to me." The flaming vermilion bird suddenly let loose a shrill cry as the flames within its massive body began to dissipate at a rate discernible to the naked eye. In the end, its core exploded in the sky like dazzling fireworks, as well as a dazzling rain of fire. The life goddess looked on at the rain of fire in silence. The light from the flames reflected off her face, making her appear even more vibrant. "All right, stop flexing and go beat up Enlin." A discordant voice disrupted the woman's tranquil mood. The life goddess' brows furrowed slightly as she looked at the heavenly sea god on her shoulder. "This is my true form. I can do whatever I want, so shut up." Her majestic aura was unleashed unwittingly. The heavenly sea god was struck by a bone-chilling sensation, as if he were being stared at by an extremely dangerous monster that could kill him at any moment. He immediately shut his mouth obediently. Sure enough, her goddess-like appearance was just a facade. This woman was a tigress at heart. The life goddess was annoyed by the Earth Kirin's gravitational field, so she slapped the Earth Kirin's body into rubble. It was not her intention to use the true form of the Tao. However, she had already used her true form, so she was naturally going to do whatever she wanted. She had been tormented by Enlin so many times, and if she didn't return the favor now, how could she feel better? The life goddess continued to suck away Enlin's life force with one hand while pressing her other hand onto the 5-elemental heavenly slaughter formation on the ground. The formation tremored violently in her hand, and the essence of the formation quickly dissipated under her control before shattering with a resounding boom. The gold vibrating tiger, Xianshui turtle, Earth Kirin, and Greenwood dragon all began to disappear as the formation crumbled. Their bodies dissipated into drifting energy. The woman turned to Enlin with a smile. "I've broken your formation." The terrifying formation that had once killed Emperor Wu was easily broken by the life goddess. This was indeed a surprise to Enlin. The life goddess gripped tightly toward Enlin, and her eyes narrowed with bliss as she sensed the boundless life force emanating from Enlin's body. "Watching you walk toward your death in my hands without being able to do anything is the best experience I've ever had. This life goddess, who could penetrate the power of the new 5 elements and ignore the power of darkness, was indeed a hopeless situation for Enlin to deal with. However, it wasn't like Enlin didn't have a way to break it. The life goddess was only bluffing when she said that she could control life and death with a single thought. At the very least, she couldn't do that against an enemy at Enlin's level. Life drain was a slow process of taking away life force. Enlin could choose to escape during this time, or he could use this time to fight for an opportunity to defeat the life goddess. However, Enlin still didn't move, as if he were a man who had lost his will to fight, waiting to die. Every lazy man was because there was a hard-working woman behind him. Elven light enshrouded Enlin's body in the next instant. This was a divine light that was a combination of golden and green, and it was like a transparent mirror that enshrouded Enlin's body. It was paramount and could isolate all things, including the life force field of the life goddess. The life goddess suddenly discovered that her control over Enlin's life had been severed, as if it had been separated by some kind of barrier. Her expression instantly darkened. Tina is ruining my plans again." The goddess of life's jade hairpin hurtled toward Enlin at extreme speed. "Enlin, I'm going to break this barrier of yours today." Chapter 2310. Finger of the Heavenly Tao. Enlin pointed his finger at the incoming Yuzan. The golden finger light shattered the void and crashed into the jade hairpin, causing an earth-shattering collision. However, this pure and profound heaven-shattering move only managed to reduce the power of the jade hairpin slightly. The jade hairpin paused for a moment, then shot forward again. Bang! The sharp jade hairpin carried an absolute sense of death as it stabbed into the elven barrier, causing cracks to quickly appear on the barrier in front of Enlin. At this moment, the extremely beautiful elf appeared beside Enlin. "Little Na, how are you feeling now?" Enlin asked anxiously. He knew that Little Na was secretly analyzing the life goddess' new condition while he was using the 5-spirit absolute slaughter formation to stall her. The situation isn't good. She's still in the 3-phase true heavenly reincarnation formation and possesses all of Diwu's powers. Due to the origin of Tao, her life force has reached an unimaginable level. Her overall abilities have increased tremendously. Tina pushed her palms forward, and divine light surged forth to repair Enlin's barrier in a frenzy. "Even I won't be able to last long. I haven't thought of a way to deal with her yet." Tina's words fell into Enlin's ears, and Enlin's expression became even more solemn. Meanwhile, above the white nectar sea, the battle between the 5 gods of creation and the 10 primordial deities had once again taken an astonishing turn. The 10 great ancients were the strongest creatures that Diwu had summoned. In other words, they were all products of the 3-phase true heaven reincarnation formation. Now, after the life goddess had activated the true form of Tao, the 3-phase true heavenly reincarnation great array's effectiveness was greatly increased. Correspondingly, the 10 great primordial eras, most powerful creatures, also received a terrifying boost of energy. Roar! The sky crocodile let out a low growl as its lumpy head mercilessly smashed into Blackstone's silver spear. That indomitable spear radiance was almost shattered by the collision for the first time. Blackstone felt the resistance coming from the spear in his hand. It was more than twice as strong as before. His tall figure was knocked back for the first time. The 3 creatures were using their spirit energy fields to repel the corrosion of the infernal sea. They were studying in front of the gate of hell. Suddenly, a strange wave swept through the gate of hell and the endless infernal sea. All of a sudden, the bodies of the evil spirits and devils that were pouncing towards the 3 creatures grew larger, and their teeth and claws became sharper and sharper. Their movements and strength also increased significantly. Roar! Hiss! Die, die, die! They pounced at the 3 creatures even more crazily and crazily. Some of them were still blasted into mincemeat by the spiritual energy field, but some began to try to tear apart the spiritual energy field, wanting to attack the 3 creatures. The evil spirits and fiends had invaded the spiritual energy field, which was 100,000 zhang in radius. Some particularly powerful evil spirits had even stabbed their sharp claws into the bodies of the 3 living beings. These ghosts, why do they look like they're on drugs? The 3 creatures sensed the change, and the ominous premonition in their hearts became even stronger. The time limit of his secret technique was almost up. If he could not deal with this Hell's Gate in a short period of time, then the increasingly terrifying abyssal ocean might devour his existence. At this moment, the abyssal ocean began to expand explosively again. From a radius of 100,000 kilometers, it had now expanded to a radius of 200,000 kilometers. Everywhere one looked, one could only see a sea of deep red that made one panic. All of the other gods of creation, as well as the West Sea heavenly vessel and the immortal celestial being, silently shifted to avoid the expanding battlefield. Oi! This is way too insane. If this continues, the entire White Nectar Sea at the center of the Tai Chu continent is going to be engulfed by this sea of blood. Demon Emperor Siyu retreated as he looked at the roaring sea of blood. There were massive, terrifying shadows swimming within the sea of blood, exuding an aura that struck fear into the onlookers' hearts. He didn't even dare to imagine what the three living beings at the center of the sea of blood were like. In reality, the three living beings at the center of the sea of blood were indeed very troublesome. They were attacking him relentlessly, and increasingly powerful demons and evil spirits were giving him a lot of pressure. He wanted to close the Hell's Gate, but he was completely unable to move it. It was like a gate that was supposed to be here, a gate that had been acknowledged by heaven and earth. No matter how he tried to move it or destroy it, he was unable to move it in the slightest. It was so easy to open the gate. Why was it so difficult to close the gate? The three living beings were unable to do anything about how to close the gate, and the expanding infernal sea was like a death sentence that was counting down the days of his life. In the sky above, Mou, who had already gained the upper hand, also encountered a problem. The Sword Maiden and Lin, who were about to be crushed to death in a few more minutes, were suddenly able to resist the Mou's stone attacks. Each and every one of the Mou's attacks was like an entire world crashing down upon them. However, the swordswoman's sword projection was so dazzling that it could split the heavens and the earth, and Lin's boundless heavenly threads that could connect worlds together formed a perfect defensive line, blocking the Mou's attacks time and time again, and even counterattacking the rock. The two primordial celestial beings were so excited that they were about to cry. They had thought that they were going to die, but the sudden increase in their power allowed them to take control of the battlefield again. The two primordial celestial beings were going to fight today. All of the gods of creation were engaged in an arduous battle. Even Tian-Yi, who had been taking a leisurely stroll in the park, was in a similar predicament. She had to face two supreme experts of the primordial era whose strength had skyrocketed. Moreover, they were two supreme experts of the primordial era who had not suffered any damage to their origin source. Their combined attacks not only doubled the pressure on Tian-Yi, it was multiplied several times. The Sea King had already transformed into a gargantuan divine spirit over 1,000,000 feet tall. He had two dragons on his shoulders and an abyssal Kuin beneath his feet. Each and every swing of his golden trident was able to tear open a massive abyss in the ocean. Tian-Yi didn't dare to take his attacks head-on, so she could only continue to evade. Ha ha ha! Hit me! Use your fishtail to slap me! The Sea King, who had been slapped away countless times by Tian-Yi's fishtail, chortled with glee. All of the frustration in his heart had been swept away, and he swung his golden trident even more quickly. Tian-Yi silently evaded the Sea King's attacks and didn't reply. All of a sudden, the ocean beneath her surged. A sea python over 100,000 feet in length charged forth before opening its cavernous mouth toward Tian-Yi. Its mouth was as large as a city, and the crimson jagged teeth within its mouth were like a series of sharp mountain peaks, all of which exuded a destructive aura. Ha ha ha! Come and fight me! Keep fighting me with your bubbles! The sea python also opened its mouth in an extremely arrogant manner as it opened its cavernous mouth and bit down toward the beautiful mermaid above. Chapter 23:11. Tian-Yi whipped her tail through the air in an attempt to escape the sea python's bite. At this moment, the Sea King suddenly crossed his tridents in front of his chest, upon which the vast power of the ocean surged forth for tens of thousands of kilometers. Power of the ocean seal. Tian-Yi could sense that all of the power of the ocean within the white nectar sea, regardless of whether it was the surging seawater, the rising mist, or the rippling space, all of them had completely sealed her movements and drastically reduced her speed. At this moment, the sea python finally had its wish fulfilled, and it completely swallowed Tian-Yi. Ha ha ha! We've finally taken care of that stinky fish. She's so pretty, but she's such a vicious fighter. Serves her right. A joyful smile appeared on the Sea King's face upon seeing the sea python swallow Tian-Yi. It's not over yet. My sawtooth is still grinding away at her protective divine light. Only when her protective divine light shatters will we truly succeed, the sea python said. Do you need my help? The Sea King didn't dare to underestimate Tian-E. The sea python nodded. Inject your power of the ocean into me. I'm going to use your power of the ocean and the power of my intestines. I'm going to use both powers to suppress her. The Sea King immediately landed on the sea python's back and injected a steady stream of energy into its body. The gods of creation of the White Nectar Sea were engaged in a bitter battle. Meanwhile, all of the gods of creation outside the arena were beginning to stir. The heavenly life god has finally unleashed her true form, Nuwa suddenly said as she looked into the distance with a pair of gentle and natural eyes. "Hee, do you want to fight?" The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue chuckled. Nuwa's clenched fists slowly relaxed as she shook her head in exasperation. "No, I still have things to do." Little Hongling held onto Nuwa's hand and asked in a quiet voice, "Sect leader Lin, will you be able to secure victory as long as you defeat the heavenly life god?" Hearing this, Nuwa finally had a genuine smile on her face. She rubbed the girl's head dotingly and nodded. "Yes, as long as he can do it, he can win. It's just that." Nuwa looked up at the boundless green divine light of life before her with a concerned expression. The heavenly life god is far too powerful in her current state. She's even more powerful than I anticipated. It's still unknown whether Lin will be able to win. There was something she didn't say. Based on Lin and Tina's current performances, she estimated that Lin's chances of winning were less than 30%, which meant that there was a very high chance that Lin would lose. Rumble. Another energy explosion came from afar. In the center of the White Nectar Sea, demonic flames blotted out the sun. A gigantic heavenly vessel fell from the sky, giving off thick smoke. In the face of the combined attacks of Demon Emperor Siyu, the battling Buddha, Yun Menjing, Michael, and Demon Lord Lingu, it was finally unable to hold on any longer. The heavenly human tribe cultivators on the West Sea heavenly vessel were still engaged in a battle to the death. Countless cannon blasts were imbued with terrifying power, each of which was powerful enough to raze a continent to the ground. Even if they were to land on the White Nectar Sea, they would still be able to create massive tsunamis of over 100,000 feet in size. However, the 5 members of the Gods of Destruction team seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and they were completely unfazed by the cannon blasts. Heavenly Tao, intoxicating demonic fist. God of Creation's stage, demonic flames erupted from Demon Emperor Siyu's body, and he evaded a few lethal cannon blasts like a drunken brawny man before crashing viciously toward the center of the West Sea heavenly vessel. His fist was imbued with the Tao of wine and peerless demonic power, and it instantly exploded. Boom! The West Sea heavenly vessel's defenses were torn apart again, and its hull, which was already riddled with scars, was mercilessly bisected by the massive fist. As the demonic flames surged, they ignited the wine that filled the air. The wine burned into a demonic flame that could devour people, forming an even more terrifying demonic flame that spread in the blink of an eye. The West Sea heavenly vessel was engulfed by boundless demonic flames. Deep into the night, under the starry night sky, the translucent white heavenly vessel was engulfed by red demonic flames, and it slowly plummeted toward the White Nectar Sea with a long tail of flames trailing behind it. It was as if the invincible and holy heavenly human tribe had fallen, creating a spectacular yet poignant spectacle. Demon Lord Lingu was accidentally struck by a cannon blast, and a massive hole was blasted into his massive body, but he still managed to land another powerful punch on the West Sea heavenly vessel. Yun Menjing's body was like a phantom as she weaved through the West Sea heavenly vessel's core offensive cannons, and the cannons in her wake exploded one after another. The battling Buddha even unleashed his strike of the heavenly Tao to pulverize the West Sea heavenly vessel's head, and millions of heavenly human tribe powerful beings were reduced to ashes by his strike. Michael also unleashed a sword strike toward the West Sea heavenly vessel. All of the top-tier powerful beings of the Tai Chu continent unleashed their final combined attacks, and the resulting explosions lit up the entire heavens. The heavenly human tribe, powerful beings of the West Sea heavenly vessel, resisted with all their might, but they were still unable to escape the fate of death. In the end, as the West Sea heavenly human tribe army fell one after another, as well as one powerful spell technique after another, its body began to disintegrate and its energy began to spiral out of control. In the end, it exploded violently in the air, transforming into a massive blue sun that swept toward the surroundings. Boom! Terrifying oceanic energy exploded forth. The ocean within a radius of several thousand kilometers was incinerated into a massive crater. Not only were the immortal heavenly human tribe powerful beings in the distance affected, but even the spreading sea of blood was also forced back by this explosion. The entire White Nectar Sea was lit up by this explosion. A massive blue sun emanated the power of the ocean, creating a breathtakingly beautiful sight to behold. All of the heaven-crushing United Army cheered with excitement upon seeing this explosion. They knew that the West Sea heavenly vessel had exploded, which meant that Demon Emperor Siyu had won. This was an extremely important victory. A smile also appeared on Shangguan Yi's face as she struggled against the backlash of the heavenly Tao. The future was built on successive victories, and the destruction of the West Sea heavenly vessel army was definitely a monumental and crucial victory. Her comrades were way too powerful. She couldn't hold them back, so she had to negotiate with the heavenly Tao. At this moment, on the land outside the White Nectar Sea, the heavenly life goddess was still flexing, and the explosion in the distance didn't really affect her. She was trying her best to break through the final line of defense that Tina had set up for Enlin. However, the head on her left shoulder slowly turned toward the explosion in the White Nectar Sea. The heavenly sea god was staring blankly at the massive blue sun in the distance. It was brighter than the moon, but it wasn't as dazzling as the sun during the day. "It's gone! It's all gone!" The heavenly sea god suddenly murmured to himself as tears welled up in his eyes. He once had a house and a car. He also had a bunch of underlings. However, his house had been destroyed by Lan Xiaoni. His car had been destroyed by Demon Emperor Siyu, and all of his underlings were gone forever. He had nothing left. Chapter 23:12. The heavenly sea god was extremely disconsolate. At the same time, the heavenly life goddess Colorful Jade Hairpin had already pierced deeply into the fairy barrier around Enlin's body. Enlin knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He had to make a choice now, whether to fight or to run. "Let's go!" Enlin yelled at Tina as he stepped into the air, and his body transformed into a dark shadow that tore through space as he abruptly appeared before the heavenly life goddess, upon which a dazzling golden light erupted from his fist. 8 times heaven-crushing, Kirin, 5 elemental heaven-crushing fist. Boom! The space before him was instantly shattered by Enlin's fist. The heavenly life goddess extended a soft, delicate hand and laid it upon Enlin's fist. Rich green divine light enshrouded her palm, and a terrifying vortex of energy was formed between the two of them. The paramount power of the heavenly life goddess clashed violently with the power of heaven-crushing and the new 5 elemental powers, and the power of the heavenly life goddess quickly began to erode these 2 powers. That's right, and Lin could sense that his power was quickly fading away, just as he was about to unleash another attack. The heavenly life goddess' other hand suddenly materialized a blue and white heavenly realm blade, which she then slashed toward Enlin's body. Whoosh! Tina's fairy barrier was finally unable to hold on any longer and began to crack. The heavenly realm blade possessed the paramount power of the heavenly god, and it possessed the absolute ability to slice through the barriers of all worlds. Enlin's divine body was also unable to defend against this attack, and a bone-deep gash was inflicted upon his body, upon which blood splattered through the air. However, right at this moment, Tina suddenly appeared beside the heavenly life goddess, and she slashed her divine mirror world sword toward the heavenly life goddess' neck. The heavenly life goddess had used both of her hands to attack Enlin, and she had only just unleashed her power, which was the perfect opportunity for her to strike. The semi-transparent world sword swept through the air, sending countless ripples through the air. It was as if a faint light had flashed through the heavens. It was ethereal and difficult to detect, but it was also imbued with lethal killing intent. However, the life goddess reaction was far beyond Tina's expectations. At the instant that Tina attacked, she moved her feet and retreated at the critical moment. The world sword sliced past her neck less than an inch away from it, and did not bring up any energy at all. At the same time, the majestic power of the ocean turned into a tsunami and blasted away the approaching ferries. Tina was just about to slice apart the tsunami before her with her sword when another streak of white light shot forth like an arrow from the heavens. It was hidden in the boundless ocean, and it possessed the paramount will of the heavenly Tao that could automatically search for the essence of the heavenly Tao. Even against a god of creation, it was absolutely lethal. Tina barely managed to pull back her sword to block the attack. The white light smashed onto the sword and pushed forward frantically. The origin attacks at the tip of the sword did not stop, and it actually wanted to destroy her world sword as well. Thankfully, her world sword was closely connected to the divine mirror world, so the life goddess attack was unable to destroy it. The white light seemed to have realized this as well, and it transformed all of its power into boundless destructive force, which continued onward as if it were trying to knock Tina to the ends of the earth. In the end, Tina was still unable to evade the life goddess double attack, and she was blasted flying for over 500 kilometers. The white light was constructed from the power of the heavens. It was an essential attack that was unleashed from boundless power of the heavens. This was a much more advanced and intricate attack than what Diwu had unleashed. At this moment, Tina had already discovered this. The heavenly life goddess attacks weren't very powerful, but she was extremely proficient in the use of her power. Not only was she able to condense her power into a single point, but she was also able to control all types of miraculous effects. In other words, it was as if each and every one of her attacks had a life of their own. This was a life attack that could create miracles on the battlefield. And Lin's attacks were all nullified by the life goddess' strange green light, and he was even struck by her sword. However, he still didn't back down. Instead, he suddenly opened his mouth and unleashed a burst of fragrant energy toward the heavenly life goddess. God of War Heaven blasting cannon. Terrifying golden energy erupted from Lin's mouth. He was like a giant dragon, and the scorching and violent god of war energy within his mouth engulfed the life goddess body. At the same time, an energy trajectory of several hundred kilometers was left in the air. And Lin's verbal blast made him feel as if all of the energy around him had been slackened. It was clear that the energy around him had been blasted away by his verbal blast. When the energy disappeared, and Lin was greeted by the sight of an exquisitely beautiful woman glaring at him with a menacing expression. Her face was unscathed, but her long, dark green hair seemed to have been slightly charred, and Lin faltered slightly. Could it be that she had used her hair to block his attack? In the face of this beautiful woman's speechless gaze, he immediately unleashed another punch toward the life goddess body. Boom! This time, his fist landed solidly on the life goddess body, and Lin could even feel the softness and elasticity of his fist. The life goddess body was slightly hunched over, but she was still glaring at Lin with a murderous look in her eyes. And Lin was wondering if he hadn't hit her hard enough. After all, that punch would have been able to leave the heavenly earth god half dead, but the life goddess expression didn't even change in the slightest. "You've ruined my hair," the life goddess suddenly said, and Lin faltered slightly before looking at the charred hair of the life goddess with a perplexed expression. "Perm your hair, it'll look better." The life goddess' eyes widened a little. Die! The jade hairpin shot forth from her fingertips, slicing the air in half before hurtling toward Lin's head with a speed faster than lightning and faster than light. And Lin was already on guard against the life goddess attack. and he hurriedly evaded. However, it was also at this moment that the space around him began to congeal. The heavenly god's AoE cannon began to take effect. The golden halo behind Lin began to rotate to its limit, and the power of the new 5 elements erupted around his body, dispelling the spatial suppression. His head narrowly dodged to the side, and the jade hairpin only grazed Lin's handsome cheek. However, before Lin had a chance to catch his breath, the jade hairpin suddenly changed direction and continued to stab toward his body at an even more terrifying speed. And Lin was given a fright, and he immediately unleashed his movement techniques to evade. Whoosh! The jade hairpin tried to stab Lin's heart, but it only managed to puncture Lin's arm. And Lin wanted to retaliate, but the jade hairpin continued to fly toward him with killing intent, leaving him with no choice but to evade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The jade hairpin slashed through the air in a dazzling, lethal trajectory. Its penetrative power and speed were unmatched. Even a god of creation could only see the red trajectory of death left behind by the jade hairpin. The entire space seemed to have been intertwined by countless red threads, accompanied by blood splattering from Lin's body. Evade, 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 evade. And Lin unleashed his most powerful movement techniques in order to evade. In the end, he managed to escape. His body had only been stabbed several hundred times by the jade hairpin,